Hello.
I'm one of those kinds of peeps where it's like I am probably like chronically online, but oh my goodness, do I have like very little, actual following or understanding of like some of the other, stuff that goes on. I am just absolutely terrible that way. It is what it is. Hmm. Zeebs, how you remind of who I really am. Yeah, no, you'll tell me a lyric. I'm assuming that's a lyric. Oh, sorry, I just had to stretch my back. That was not perfect. Sorry. Ugh. Never made ASAYZ. Honestly, YY, no idea what you're spouting. I have no context. No context whatsoever. Why does this thing? There we go. So that's the lowest I can make it. I can probably shrink this down. Yes. Give me a minute, give me a minute, give me a minute. There we go. And then I need to... Sorry, I'm adjusting things in the background. You didn't know I played Final Fantasy? You didn't know that for the last 3 years, I had played the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, complete with a free trial, allowing me to go through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heavensward and Stormblood expansions up to level 70, with no restrictions on playtime? You should join me in Eorzea today. So, alright, actually, Sunny Gator, you will probably appreciate this, because I have been streaming for like 4 years or something like that. Actually, yeah, so I reckon this is like probably like the 4th year that I've now been playing Final Fantasy XIV. Now, the whole like quote unquote gimmick of my streams, like the thing that I like first started on of like, oh, why am I playing these games and such, is that I just wanted to play video games that I wanted to play. Like, there was no rhyme or reason to the games that I should be playing on stream. And the, excuse me, brain brain throat. But yeah, so I was like, I heard that like, oh, Final Fantasy 14 is so fucking cool. You should go and play you should play Shadowbringers because there was like a limited time thing where like the free trial allowed you to go further than just Heaven's Ward or something like that. And I was like, you know what? I should probably give Final Fantasy 14 a try because, there's an opportunity to play it for free, and I reckon by only putting in like, 4 hours a week, I'll get through it in like 6 months. Hi there, Joe. Couldn't think of a name. Welcome to the stream. I was so confident in my skills as a streamer. Lol, nope. Yeah, exactly. I didn't even get out of a Realm Reborn 6 months in. It took me 3 years because here's the thing is that like because of the fact that I was only playing it like once a week, like the MSQ once a week, like for maybe 3 hours, maybe 4, depending on my mood or day, more likely just 3 hours because I didn't want to like, burn myself out and such. Golly, imagine that. 3 years later, I finally caught up to like not only like getting through Shadowbringers or something, like I got through Endwalker and I was just like, yay, I am now at the same like progression point as everyone else, waiting for Dawn Trail. And then Dawn Trail came out and I was like, we're back on that grind again. So what's funny is that if you look at my like Twitch stats and such, I think of myself as a variety himbo streamer. Because, I had like a 6-month stint of going through Kingdom Hearts series. I've tried VR chat, I've tried arts, I've played brand new games, I've gone through older games that everyone else seems to like already have like a nostalgia for, Yakuza, Kingdom Hearts, not Metal Gear Solid, that's the next one. Devil May Cry. Like there's all these games that I'm like, I should probably, I've never had the opportunity of playing them, like because they were like a PC game or something and they were a PlayStation game in the past and I wasn't one of those PlayStation kids. Hi there, Renee Zach. So I was like, you know what? Let's alter this stream a little bit and try and be a himbo zebra catching up on games that everyone else has had the opportunity to play, like a slowpoke. But yeah, if you look at my stats, are you crashing out again? No, sorry. Sunny Gator got me on about Final Fantasy 14 and such and like my experiences, and it's just so funny that years and years ago I was like, yeah, I can get through Final Fantasy 14 in like 6 months, I reckon, with medium pacing. So yeah, and fast forward to now, 4 years of streaming. You know what the most streamed category is for the Zebra? It's Final Fantasy 14 by a fucking long shot. Like, hang on a second. Let me get the thingy-madiggy just so I can like really get the Twitch stats. Like, hang on a second. There's like a. So yeah, here it is. So Twitch tracker.
Hello.
Who said hi? 10 Mucks. Hi there, 10 Mucks. Give me a second. I'm just there I am. Oh my. I remember when I was like just hitting the hundreds. But yeah, that's pretty good. Average streams is going. Look at that. Final Fantasy 14, the critically acclaimed MMORPG, 654 hours. The next highest category is just chatting at 114. And then there's this one is a bit of a misnomer. This is Kingdom Hearts like 1.5 plus 2.5. I probably should have made it so that it was, the actual games. So I did like, Kingdom Hearts HD 1, Kingdom Hearts, Chain of Memories Re and all that kind of nonsense. But I just made it 1.5 plus 2.5. But yeah, look at that. Look at the difference. Like, streaming in the last little while. And it's like 600 plus hours of Final Fantasy 14. What kind of a streamer do I consider myself? Oh, I consider myself a variety streamer. Do you play a variety of games? Check stats. Final Fantasy 14, the most streamed game. But yeah, like, it's just so funny. So, also, popular clips. There are, like, I don't clip my stuff very much. I think the newest clip here is... like, also, Kingdom Hearts so, playing Kingdom Hearts, I think I was just chatting at the time. Final Fantasy 14. Final Fantasy 14, I recognize that background. Okay, that would have been Titan Quest, and that's a Final Fantasy 14 as well. Like, let's see, if I do popular clips in 2025... So we got the macro gifted subs, which was done by someone. Guns would better than muscles. True reason. So yeah, so there isn't... So yeah, so this year, it's a bit muted compared to, you know, an all-time. It's just like... But yeah, let me go to my games real quick. Let me go to the games that I have played. Like, look at this. Like, 20% of my streams have been Final Fantasy 14. Lol, I'm at 73.3 hours on Final Fantasy 14. So yeah, there is a command, isn't there, for like typing in to the when you're in the Final Fantasy game. I'm so shocked that I've missed that. Look, it's fine. Like, here's the thing, is that, you know, also, let me shout you out real quick as well. I forgot, I don't have any of my moderators around, but you yourself are a streamer. You... Fallout New Vegas? I didn't realize it was Fallout New Vegas. Like, you... But yeah, you understand that, like, you know, unless you have, like, unless you're wearing different hats in, like, the streaming, like, unless you're wearing different hats as a streamer, you're not just, you know, picking your video games and streaming them. You need to have, like, marketing analytics of, like, okay, what are people interested, like, why are people coming to your streams? What's doing well? What's doing poorly? What's your theming? What's your goals? Yada yada. So you got to wear that hat. Then you got to wear like, so that's your marketing analyst. Then you've got to wear like your moderation hat, because it's like, oh, if you don't make it a good stream for other people to enjoy and interact in, then I'm going to get rid of this tab. You don't need to see my stats and what have you, because that's a very egotistical thing to show. But yeah, so you'll wear marketing analyst, you'll wear the moderator hat to keep your chat safe and, you know, able to thrive like a gardener are tending to his garden kind of thing. You will wear content creator hat, so you're not just, you know, streaming. Sometimes, you know, you might be either through encouragement or through review of VODs, you will be going and making clips, or maybe like either short form or maybe like a proper form video. Gosh darn you, Incineroar. I need my shirt! How will people know I'm a himbo? Now I just sound like a fucking nerd. But yeah, so you're wearing all these different kinds of hats, and, you know, like, I'm gonna be real with you, streaming is the easiest fucking job. It's a hobby for me personally. I love that little emoji of Sky Fox. This is how, like, the shirt stolen thing, I'm gonna be real with you, I took that from Sky Fox. Sky Fox has a redeem to, like, get his shirt stolen or something like that. I'm pretty sure mine's cheaper. No, mine's either the same price or cheaper than his. But yeah, so, you know, streaming, the streaming, like, hitting play and, you know, either being the personality or, you know, demonstration of skill, that's the easy part. That's the easy part. And the thing is that when you get to, like, sometimes, you know, either stuff comes second nature to you, or you've got people to help you. Now, I don't have the ladder for, you know, clips and, you know, content creation and what have you. So I'm kind of reliant on the former, and I will be real with you, I am slipping here and there. But, you know, that's more of a me thing of, you know, after doing this for like 4 years, you know, it's kind of tough, you know, without learning the tools. You're terrible at clips. Same. And I tried to make it like convenient for myself as well by, because I have the Stream Deck here, so I'm able to, like, you know, do all these angle change. We're not on the console. We are going to be playing a PC game. But yeah, Brain, come on, you can do this. But yeah, I have like all these convenient I have all these conveniences to try and, like, you know, make it easier for me as a like when I stream. So like I have the Stream Deck for, you know, obvious things such as, you know, presenting a cookie, lovey-dovey eyes, or maybe zooming into me and then back up to chat. Then we head over to the game, but then we zoom out. Then we check out if the TTS bot is there. He isn't there. So then we go back up to the game. But oh, what's this? You want to have like a full-size look? Then we'll just go into borderless mode right here. And if that's not okay, then we just go back to here. Like, I've got all those kinds of buttons. And I then have a button, because someone gifted me a Stream Deck, because I forgot I put that on my wish list so fucking long ago. But because I have a footrest for my feet, the Stream Deck, like, you know, pedal thing that I have under my desk does not get utilized that often, even though one of the buttons is a dedicated pressing and making a clip button. So yeah, ooh, yay, all of my guys have finished quests and what have you. Let's get you doing something else. You are actually sell you. Sell you. Those will go to the Golden Saucer another time. Which reminds me, I forgot to do a Gold Saucer thing, so. But yeah, like, it's... Some people, like, they can intuitively grasp what they need to do to be a streamer. Like, you know, all the other hats. I guess I better run my roulettes while I'm thinking about it. Fair call. I don't do the roulettes that often. Like, here's the thing, is that if I wasn't streaming, I could definitely see myself doing like a 2-week or a month-long binge of I can see myself doing like a 2-month binge of Final Fantasy XIV, the critically acclaimed MMORPG. And, you know, going into things such as, like, oh, what are, like, doing my dailies, doing my weeklies and all that. But, you know, I don't. Also, hi there, Wild Saber. Oh my, he did a wall of text. Oh yeah, Nepal. Cookie for Bestest Boy. Here's your cookie, Bestest Boy. I'm doing fairly good. My shirt was stolen by Incineroar, so no one knows that I'm a himbo. But yeah, I didn't want to get into like too much politics nonsense, because holy shit, there are weeks where nothing happens, and then you'll have days where it's like, oh my goodness, 9/11 Evan happens, and like, I'll be frank with you, all this shit happened on my radar when it was 9/11 over in Australia. I'm gonna be very frank with you. I don't think I've had a 9/11 in my adult years where I've not had the, you know, the creaking feeling of something shitty is about to happen. And lo and behold, something shitty either happens globally or something shitty happens to me personally. This was a year where it wasn't something shitty happening to me personally, but it definitely was something that, you know, the rest of the world was just having their fucking nonsense. So yeah, but nah, good on, like, here's, like, for what Wild Saber is talking about, Nepal had a whole ton of Gen Zers protesting about the most recent problems that the government up in Nepal was having, because there was like a huge wealth disparity between like, you know, the politicians and the everyday people. There was an unemployment crisis, cost of living crisis, and yada yada. And this did not suit the suit the sitting power. So they tried passing a law to ban, like, you know, access to like 70 or so, like 20 or so social media platforms. And this included things such as Facebook, Roblox, Twitter, yada yada. So there was protests that went off. what started as peaceful protests went into fucking riots. Like, you know, January 6th nonsense? Yeah, that, and then it went even bigger. Houses were getting burned. Property was being trashed. Government property, I should say. And it got so bad that, like, you know, members of parliament were getting fucking airlifted out of the place. Where the fuck am I going? Oh, Zaktural. Cool. But yeah, it got so bad that, you know, and the military was like, you know, trying to, you know, try and keep order, but that wasn't working out for a while. But yeah, this place was entirely trashed in Nepal. I think a day or two later, the same people that went on a full-blown protest were like, nah, we're cleaning up these streets. We're not gonna have you try and blame us for the state of this country. We're gonna have you squarely get the blame. So they and while that was going off, there was then the fact of like, oh, what are we gonna do about, you know, an elected official? Because technically speaking, there is no one leading this country. And so using Discord of all fucking things, there was like, you know, there was a couple thousand people in Discord that were like, hey, who's gonna be our leader? And I kid you not, one of the options in the Discord poll, because Discord has those things, one of the options in the Discord poll that I saw from a screenshot, they had like, you know, different politicians that, you know, they were in agreement with of like, oh, these are, you know, finalist candidates. One of them was just the title, A Random Napoleon. There was a possibility that the elected official in Nepal would have just simply been a fucking lottery of, hey, we need one person to be an elected official, but you're gonna be kind of in a scapegoat kind of situation where you're just a figurehead. Just grab a random guy off the street and be like, congratulations, you are now the leader of our nation. If you fuck up, don't worry, no one will care about you when you go. But no, they picked a, and also this is like the first time, it's the first like female prime minister in the country as well. So yeah, and the crazy thing is like Gen Zers were like the people in the Discord were like, yep, we recognize that you should be our prime minister. Let's go off to the military, and then let's go off to parliament and, you know, get this officially done because, you know, no one's running elections and shit. So yeah, accepted her point, and she will remain in office until the country stabilizes and elections are reloaded. Oh yeah, so she's sort of interim. So yeah, she's like an interim prime minister. She's not like a permanent one. So who knows how the elections will go off. But yeah, that happened in Nepal, where a group of Gen Zers got really, so if you really, like the too long didn't read is a super wealthy, like elite, corrupt government tried blocking teenagers from Facebook and Discord, and they got kicked out of the country for it, and they've elected they've elected a temporary prime minister in an effort to crack down on corruption and, you know, set up a new government. You know, something that most people historically don't get successfully. Like, I think the crazy thing is just the speed of it all. The speed of it all. Like, the starting gun of, oh, we're gonna do formal protesting, to riots, to loot, to riots, to damages, to kickouts, to repairs, to an elected you know, temporary prime minister. That was done in about 3 days. When was the last time you heard a government having major turnaround in 3 days? I'm gonna be real with you, I have not. I have not heard of that in the US, in Australia, in the UK, in Canada. Like, the closest you get is, oh, Canada looked like they were gonna go super conservative with their prime minister, but then because of Donald Trump getting into, like, you know, getting onto his Truth Social and trying to support a super conservative person, all of Canada looked to the US and goes, nah, fuck that man. But yeah. Also, hi there, business boy. So, imagine if America did what Nepal pulled. I'll be frank with you. Like, I think Nepal has like, not everyone in Nepal has guns. And okay, actually, I won't get into it. I won't get into it because it's a bit of, like, this is going to be one of those things where it's like, I'm only getting, like, secondhand knowledge about the United States and what have you. And I also want to get through this, quest line, if I can. Shale wishes for a moment of your time. If you have a moment, Grant, Geode wants to take stock of the current crisis. Oblivion may be lacking the finer details in certain areas, so we'd like you to lend your perspective to the conversation. I really want to bite my fingernails, but I know I shouldn't. Is this a voice cutscene, or is this going to be me voicing it? Sorry to drag you into our meeting, but we need to get a better handle on the threats Alexandria is facing right now. Not at all. Much has happened since the state funeral, and a clearer idea of where things should stand would be beneficial for us as well. First things then, let's discuss the state of the machine malfunctions. Every single sector reported instances of sentries attacking citizens without provocation, and vehicles suddenly becoming unresponsive to controls. I just took a sip of my water, and I still had the drink tip back, and I've just spilt it all over myself. Like a fucking idiot. I can't drink water normally for whatever reason. Like, my right, like, the right side of my chest. I was gonna say my right pec down to my stomach is now just wet. Oh god, now it's on the nipple. This is gonna feel weird going through this. While these malfunctions were resolved fairly quickly, they nevertheless resulted in a considerable number of injuries and deaths. But you haven't heard anything about new incidences since then, right? Right. No additional reports have been logged as far as I know. That's the good news. Yes, I got my titties wet. What of it? The bad news is I tried to take control of the soldiers when they started hurting people, but they wouldn't listen to me, even though I have the king's authority. Once things calmed down, I was finally able to make them give up their weapons. But if it happens again, I don't know if they'll ignore me like before. The King of Resolve's authority is about the highest there is. Who is this man that can override it with such impunity? Calyx. He lived in the age of the storm surge as I did. Ooh, where's my... Oh, Cap wanted to send me a message, that's why. Look at this dude. Look at this fucking depresso, like, chronically online dude. Lest you forget, he was known for his advancement in electrode technology, and it was he who established preservation for the purpose of furthering his research. The wasting disease which afflicted him, however, was said to leave him scant years left to live. He must have chosen to undergo a conversion into an endless, that he might continue his efforts into the present day. Preservation's early goals seem noble enough. Exploring treatments for Levin's sickness, designing Everkeep's core systems, that sort of thing. Why harm the people he was ostensibly trying to help? I do not pretend to fully understand Calyx's motivations, only that he appeared incensed by what he saw as mankind's failings. Excuse me. He asserted that the strategy of adapting our species through generational succession was outdated, that evolution now requires us to forsake bodies of flesh in favor of eternal preservation. We've already seen how he's employed the simulant to convince Alexandrians that endless conversion is their only hope for survival. Eternal life is assured for the 5,000 who register their neo-regulators. But this is merely one part of Calyx's greater plan. He wants the key to interdimensional fusion, With that relic in his possession, he will draw aether from the reflections and expand his efforts to create endless 1,000-fold. If we mean to foil Calyx's schemes, then our only option is to determine where he's hiding and put him down. Hi there, Noah guy. Which unfortunately is easier said than done. I've been scouring the terminal we found in the depths of Everkeep, and I failed to uncover even the slightest trace of his activities. Give me a little more time, though, and I'm sure I can sniff him out. I'll help! 2 times you've entered into a friend's stream and someone mentions nipples. You chasing after nipples, Noah guy? Although, to be fair, it depends what the first stream was. If the first stream was like a big boobied streamer, that might be happening. Or maybe it's just, you know, someone that was exposing their nipples. Par for the course. While Galul, Ja, and Shale are working on that, I think I'm going to take a look around town. I want to make sure no new problems have cropped up, as well as search for any information that might lead us to Calyx. You're welcome to come along. Another malfunction could happen at any time, and I'll be glad to have some brawlers at my back. One was about Bara art, but I do not deny the need. Hey! Count me in. Raha and the others are helping Oblivion's portal or the other levels of the keep. So shall we stick to the streets of Solution 9? Sounds like a plan. Thanks, you two. I appreciate the company. I have to speak with the city's administrators about bringing in the Landsguard. I want our soldiers around to protect those who've moved to Telluliol. Alphino and Alize will be joining me for the meeting, so the 3 of us can cover the sector as soon as we're done. If I may, I'd like to join Grant's group if you'll have me. Yep. The more mouths to ask questions, the merrier, as long as you're aware of the dangers. Thank you. I'll do my best not to be a burden. But I'm more worried about you, Geo. Don't do anything stupid. You'll change your tune once we get back with the goods on Calyx, then the drinks are on you. Come on, let's continue this outside. Oh, nice. I have like the door here. So, yeah. I'm gonna be real with you. I kind of forgot what the what happened in the previous patch, other than like we now have like some like we got Sphene here, who is like the actual Sphene as far as I know, and then like we had a scientist dude, like this, you know, depresso teen looking Calyx. This is the first time I'm noticing like the occulty looking. What is this place? Caters to lost souls seeking the true path. As a matter of fact, the services of our fortune teller are in higher demand of late. I'm afraid we're completely booked for the coming months. Wait. When was this fortune teller here? I don't remember them at all. But yeah, we'll figure things out as we go along. Also, wondrous tales that I am never gonna get done in time. Boom, 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 bum, 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 bum. Oh my god, couples are having an argument. Welcome back, Noah guy. Sorry, I was off in my own little world. Shall we get started? The people seem uneasy. You should really feed yourself? Yes, absolutely. Be sure to keep yourself away. Be sure to, you know, keep your energies up and what have you. Lord knows is that I have not been following my diet in the last few weeks and such. I have made it like a thing of like, you know, when we get to the weekend and such, I'm just relishing in food. I'm now up to like 97 kilos again, so I've crossed over the 95 threshold, so I'm gonna need to, you know, once I'm done with this iced coffee and what have you, be back on the intensive diet for like, you know, 3 days, which is gonna be kind of tricky because Tuesday is like trivia night. We'll see how we go. They do, and can't say as I blame them. It was the Queen's fondest wish that her subjects remain shielded from the horrors of death, and so they were for the longest time. Then, the moment mortality once again becomes an unavoidable fact of life, they're greeted with an outbreak of bloody violence. Many are bound to give the endless alternative areas consideration. Indeed, and I do not blame them for that. It is only natural that such thoughts should come to mind. What I cannot forgive is the way Calyx wields fear and misery to manipulate the people into making their choice. No one, not Calyx nor anyone else, should dictate how we cope with the specter of death. As one who lived as an Alexandrian, I wish to put the choices for this country's future back into the hands of its citizens. And you think we can handle that responsibly? After everything you've seen of us? It is what I've seen that has convinced me you can. I awoke 4 centuries later to find our people living and laughing beneath Alexandria's banner. Though surprised and bewildered, I was overjoyed to see it so. You all deserve to be happy. Well then. We'd best not let you down. Now, I suggest we move as a group. We don't know if or when a battle might find us. Oh, I believe someone came prepared for just such inevitability. Is that the grimoire you retrieved from the old castle? Yes, my parents gifted it to me when I was a child. They were adamant that I should learn to protect the things important to me. I was fortunate enough to have a tutor in the arcane arts, so I lay claim to some small measure of skill. Good for her. If that's the case, it might be better if we split into 2 groups after all. It would certainly be more efficient for information gathering. I guess that makes sense. The 2 of you can take the west side of the recreation zone then. Grant, you will take the east. Grant and I will take the east. Yep, sounds good. My body's a temple, ancient, crumbling, and probably filled with evil. My temple is one that is, you know, always accepting gifts and what have you. We're not afraid of, you know, saying thank you and pleases and all that kind of nonsense. You should go check out, do I have the button here? You should check out my coffee. There it is. There's the button. You can help donate to the Temple of Himbo. Or the Temple of Zeebs. I am a terrible person. Let's do the rounds then. We'll see what's what and chat to the people we meet along the way. Pay special attention to anyone who looks overwhelmed or overly excited. Hopefully that will earn us a tidbit or 2 we didn't know before. Certain duties require that 1 or more accompany you in order to proceed. You must keep them at your side and make... Oh, what the fuck? They put escorting. It is possible to ride mounts or swim while escorting. Please note, however, they will not appear at your side until you dismount or leave the water. Even when using teleport or the Aethernet. Oh, nice. You may... Wait, no, I've already done this. I'm pretty sure I've already done this kind of... When speaking with NPC... Yeah, I've already done this particular kind of thing. Alright, so... This way. So we'll start there and then work our way up. So... Zelenia in Trials. Ooh, damn. They explain this every time? I swear it wasn't every time. I swear I've done this several times. What has me in such a fine mood, you ask? Well, I've just registered my new regulator. I was leery of becoming nothing but memories at first, but now that I've gone through with the registration, I've never felt more at ease. Also, once it was done, the regulator display the current numbers. Of the 5,000 slots available, over 3,800 have already been filled. So, if you're still hesitant, you've not much time to make your mind up. Mark my words, friend. When there's only a few slots left, it's going to get very ugly. Hi there, Shuto. Welcome to the stream. You had a car engine jump scare? Fucking where? There's no cars here. There's just like the RTX, like, you know, not like the 99,000 tower over there. What has he? Well, I just registered my car's extended warranty at Allianz. Are the sentries and air wheeler safe to be around now? I just know if it's going to happen again, and maybe next time I'll be the one who dies in a horrible accident, I need a neo-regulator. Becoming endless is the only way. Even Queen Sphene said so. Oh yeah, there's like a secondary Sphene who's like, you know, a weird facsimile. Ah, the memories. I used to drink around here all the time. I made sure not to overdo it when I had work the next day, but once we were past the busy season, or when the ladies weren't amenable to my company, well, you'd have to scrape me off the streets outside in the morning or afternoon. The worst I ever got was on what should have been the worst day of my life. If only I could remember it. I was still wearing a regulator back then. It was also the day I first met Shale, although I guarantee she'd forgotten it completely. Someone died. Him and Shale, like, knew someone, and they were, like, you know, dealing with the fact that they were gonna lose the memory of that person, and they did, and then, yeah. You want to hear my story? While I appreciate you offering a sympathetic ear, there's not much to tell. If you must know, a good friend of mine died when those machines went crazy. His air wheeler dropped right out of the sky and he didn't survive the crash. Damn fool wasn't wearing a regulator. I know that's not so strange these days, but he'd never bothered with one. He was at peace with the idea of dying someday, and I thought I understood what that meant. Until it happened. Grant, a word? I feel like there was a new factor in these stories we've heard. One we hadn't considered during our discussion with everyone in the back room. The people are still deathly afraid? That's a point of concern, don't get me wrong, but I think we were acutely aware of it already. The fights are likely to break out over the neo-regulators? Hello. The fact that nearly 4,000 people have registered is worthy of its own report, but are you sure there wasn't anything else? That a victim of the violence wasn't wearing a regulator? Yes, that's it! The vast majority of residents have already worn regulators. Have always worn regulators, so it's not a detail we'd normally think about. With the supply of souls cut off, though, more and more people have been going without them. We need to look into the casualties from the recent attacks and check whether or not they were equipped with regulators. Let's ask around on the streets over to the east. It was pretty chaotic at the time, but maybe we'll find eyewitnesses who can help us confirm if this was a pattern or not. Alrighty. So, we head up here, then we go to there, and then didn't. What this means. But yeah. It's less of a car extended warranty and more of a, well, I just figured out my life insurance. So, also cool graffitis. All right, what's your dialogue here? All right. It was once my job to deliver goods by hover cargo. That's why I know a fair number of names and faces throughout the city. The little ones would jump for joy when I brought them packages, the old lady who'd always greet me with a smile. I'd hate for anything bad to happen to them. Interesting. Depending on the people that he met, he might have been their only contact before they died, and then unfortunately he would forget about them. Hello, how are you today? Please let me know if I may be of assistance. City-wide casualty data unavailable. Government officials are currently processing reports from all affected zones. Can you narrow it down to the recreation zone then? You must have some estimates on hand. Recalibrating parameters. Injured. 87 individuals. Casualties, 19 individuals. Casualties equipped with regulators, 0. This sounds like there is a conspiracy. Oh boy. Sanitation worker. Hello, plumber. You wish to know if the people who died in the machine rampage were wearing regulators? I'm sorry, but I was assigned to cleaning away debris. I didn't see any of the deceased. No bodies were present by the time I arrived, so I assumed the ushers had already done their work. I do remember there being patches of white dust scattered about that were quite a chore to clean up, but nothing else worthy of mention. Grant, I think it's time we rejoin Krill and Svid. I was half joking with my boast to Shale, but we may have stumbled upon something major here. We should share our findings and keep pursuing this avenue of inquiry. Didn't Krail say to meet them in a plaza just out of True View? Let's get going. I request human contact for affection. I could not locate someone who would want to give you affection. Try again. Oh, God. That sounds terrible, Noah Guy. Why would you say that? Everyone craves human contact for affection. Lord knows I do. Couldn't handle the love and affection I could give you. That is also true. I am an introvert at heart. As much as I would love the love and affection, it's like if someone like came on to me like 100%, I'd be like, oh no, that is too much. This is why the streamer life doesn't. This is why aspects of streaming does not work for me. Like, some people have to like be fine with like the parasocial relationship that gets formed between the streamer and the viewer, and it's like, for me personally, I'm like, So, essentially, you're saying that the people who were killed by malfunctioning machines weren't wearing regulators? Well, the numbers are still tentative and only apply to that one zone. We don't know how they'll stack up against the overall data, but this is definitely more than a coincidence. I think it's safe to say that anyone who had removed their regulator was a priority target. Now that you mention it, the person I was treating for injuries wasn't wearing one either. But why? Why are they being targeted over everyone else? Based solely on the lack of a neo-regulator, we cannot judge if a person has no desire to become endless, or if they simply fail to acquire one of the limited devices. But those who wear no regulator at all... They have clearly rejected the old system of using souls to revive themselves. Put another way, they have chosen to live their lives in the knowledge that death is an inevitability. The chances that such resolute people would wish to become endless are far lower, I would imagine. And so Calyx has chosen those least likely to accept his vision as victims to stroke fear and panic. But there was no need to kill anyone. With the way things were, the people were already fearful enough. He could have found 5,000 willing citizens without all of this madness. You make a good point. Perhaps this sowing of terror is in service to another scheme, or he had some other need for the lives he's taken. What of the dust found at various sites? Have to head out for the day. Have a great stream, everyone. Not to worry, 10 Mux. Thank you so much for joining in this morning. I greatly appreciate it. Right. The sanitation worker's story. She saw no bodies, but mentioned piles of white dust. Dust, but no bodies? Now, where have I heard that before? Do you recall when we went to save Erenvale from the sentries in the outskirts? That Usher Malachi told us much the same thing. When I arrived, I found no body, only a pile of dust which the wind quickly scattered. Confused, I questioned the residents, but none knew what had become of it. That both stories speak of missing remains is suspicious enough, but the shared mention of this dust is too much to ignore. In that case, we should confirm if this substance was present at other sites and attempt to ascertain its nature. Following this thread may lead us not only to an explanation for the missing bodies, but also the intent behind Calix's murderous actions. Bring, 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 bring! Grant, we need your help! I've lost control over the soldiers in the residential area. They may be trying to hurt people again. Oblivion members are on their way now, but are you close enough to join them? Alright, we gotta save people. We gotta save people! Damn it! Our new investigation will have to wait. Let's go! What is it gonna do? Oh, interesting. It's detecting us. Although that is fucking terrifying.
Stay back! Stay away from me!
Leave him alone!
I'm pretty sure I would be faster even as a warrior to, like, you know, bump my shoulder into it using Onslaught or whatever the fuck my, closer is called.
Are you alright?
What happened here?
A sentry walked into my apartment, even though I'd locked the door and everything. I managed to run, but the man who tried to save me...
No weapons, which is to be expected, considering all the sentries were meant to be disarmed.
Yep. Galuljaw helped us with that.
To attack all the same, even if that meant using its bare hands.
A bare-handed robot would still be painful. Not a good way to go.
I'll leave matters here to you. I'm going to do a sweep of the surrounding area.
Sounds like a good call. Also, I just realized my camera mount is not... Yeah. Neither of them have regulators, as we suspected.
Do you know anyone else in this sector who no longer wears a regulator?
Oh, I don't think I've seen Isadora and her boy with theirs recently.
Go to them, quickly!
There we go. Alright.
Wyaquay!
I'll be fine. But Isadora's in bad shape.
Oh yeah, we've been trying to... I'm pretty sure she has, like, a kid. No! Did they kill the fucking boy? Oh, no.
Mother, please.
Oh, shit. That's not good.
Isadora!
Sorry, I just need to, like, adjust my... There we go.
Oh, thank goodness. She wasn't struck anywhere vital.
I'm sorry. If only I'd gotten here sooner.
Everything will be all right. I promise to make your mother better.
What's Final Fantasy without a little trauma? Yeah. Where would we be without it? Oh my god, the boy recognizes a queen?
Thank you, miss.
Sorry, I have to quickly wipe. The water bottle I have has, like, a lot of condensation on it.
Will she sleep like that forever?
Cool, you don't have to go to an
Not
orphanage
forever.
that doesn't exist.
She'll wake soon. I'm sure of it.
I remember I had that question a lot with, when I was going through the
That's good to hear.
MSQ, like, prior to patches, was like, where the fuck are the
Thank you for
orphanages?
saving her.
Because if people are forgetting, people, it's like, where's the aged care and orphanages? Because, like, if the parents of a child are dead, what happens to the child? The Promise of Tomorrow! That's the title of the patch they gave it. Good for them. I swear orphanages are spoken of but never shown. What, in Final Fantasy XIV or in real life? They definitely exist. Forgive me, I was reckless. You shouldn't have had to waste time tending my wounds as well. Did you see our other comrades back there? He stayed behind in the lobby, but I heard the noise of fighting. I'm sorry, he must have fallen protecting the residents. Tacos. Our comrade. You think he may have been struck down? If he is wounded or worse, I should go to him. Wait, please. It isn't safe and you still need rest. Would you stay with Milos and watch over Isidore for me? We will tend to your friend. Thank you. Please, be careful yourself. Yay! Next mission. Okay, so that's the sentry that broke in. Oh, look, little chocobo. Alright. There they are. Garlemald's orphanages are filled to the brim with orphans you've created. That's... okay, yes, that's true. But here's the thing. Like, Garlemald doesn't have people forgetting, like, people. That was my, like, you know, that was my, like, concern of this, you know, Alexandria and what have you, is that we basically had, you know, this system being presented where it's like, oh, you need to work for your souls, because if you don't have souls, you will die and you cannot be resurrected. And, you know, if you die and like you die in Alexandria with the regulator, no one remembers who you are, which means that, like, what happens to kids when both their parents are dead? Because the fact of the matter is that no one would really catch on to the parents having kids because they have no memory of the parents. So, like, and the kids wouldn't think they had parents either. So what would happen there? Like there would be no conclusion, like, at least in my mind, of like, oh, you know, a kid existing without parental figures and shit. Or like, they would just assume of like, oh yeah, that kid doesn't need any parents because they've never had parents. You die in Alexandria, you die in real life. Oh my goodness, that would be terrible. I don't need my video games to do a Sword Art Online to me. Isidore is going to be alright then? I'm so glad. I've just finished my ministrations here. Our Oblivion comrade was beyond saving, I'm afraid. That brave soul. He gave his life to save another. He died protecting me. I don't understand why any of this is happening. That sentry was behaving normally like any other. Then all of a sudden, it tried to kill me. Weapons or no, Calyx commanded them to commit murder. Oh my god. Murder. Murder. Is it over? We came as soon as Wayakui sent word. Wayakui. I'm sorry, but by the time we arrived, it was already too late. Then Geo could be in trouble too. Once we have this radius locked down, we need to find him. But why? Has something happened? Possibly. We're not sure what, but he stopped reporting to our communications. We need to prioritize securing the residential sector, though at least until we regain control over the sentries. Then we should search for Geode. I agree. Since most Oblivion members have sworn off regulators, if our theory holds true, then they could be prime targets for the next attack. Please, do what you can to shepherd the residents to safety, but avoid the sentries at all cost. Our thanks. Here, take these regulators. Sorry, I just keep, like, looking up at a thingamadiggy, like, because, like, unnamed streaming right now, and I'm just like, what are they doing? What are they shit talking? But I can't hear anything, because if I unmute it, then all of you will be able to hear it as well, and I don't want to, like, you know, fuck up the, you know, ambiance. We've made modifications to them to prevent Calyx from intercepting the signal, and have been using them to coordinate movements with allies in the vicinity. Wayakui has one too, so I'll ask her to keep hailing Geode. Good luck, and stay safe. Hi there, Dragon Rider. Welcome to the stream. I'm getting back into the Final Fantasies as a new stretching. Stretching. So yeah. Excuse me. Also, oh, why did you? Oh, because you probably got snagged on something. That's why. Oh my, like, one of the I don't want to say this is like a disadvantage, but one of the unforeseen consequences of losing weight and like having like a thinner stomach and such like that is the chair that I have has really big arms, and I cannot, like, I can't sit closer. I can't sit closer to my desk now because every time I do, the arms like bang into the desk. And this desk is already set up at like the perfect height for me. Like the armrests, like, you know, are at the level of like allowing my elbows to rest. The desk is at the level where I don't need to like strain my arms to like rest them either. But yeah, it's just like, and I can't lower these any further down. So like my only option would be to like raise the desk further, but then that would like fuck over with my yeah. There's all these problems here. Hi there, Bad Omen. Geode said we would sweep the surrounding area, so he shouldn't have ventured too far. Let's get going. So yeah. Over the last year of like losing weight, so I'm no longer like over 120 kilograms and such, like, damn ads. Did you know if you subscribed or, you know, got yourself Twitch Turbo, you would be able to get ad-free viewing? Also, am I like on the full HD? And then portal this shares menu with all running, but covers the entire screen. So yeah, sets to that. Main refresh rate, limit frames when inactive. Stick to high. Okay, so that requires a reboot. Alright. Welcome back, Bad Omen. Hi there, Acacia. You want to get into Final Fantasy XIV, but it's intimidating as fuck? Did you know that the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV comes with a free trial, allowing you to get through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heavensward and Stormblood expansions up to level 70 with no restrictions on playtime? Join us in Eorzea today. Looking around. Also, look, you can get yourself a doggo. You can get yourself a doggo minion. You see no sign of Geode. Perhaps you should search further to the east. Jump. It's gonna take a bit to download, though. That is true. But yeah. Also, pace yourself, all right? It took me, like, you know, 3 or 4 hours a week, like, of playing this game. It took me, like, 3 years and such. So it's possible to get through this in less than a year, but you don't want to tire yourself out. You see no signs of Geode. Wayaqui's voice crackles forth from the communicator. Geode? Geode? Answer me! There is no response. Perhaps you should continue your search further to the east. Let's search around the apartments first. Yeah. Wish they had the big cat as women, though. The big cat creatures as women, though? They do. They have Hrothgar ladies now. Not you. Excuse me. Yeah. Also, one of the most recent changes that came in with patch 7.3 is that the Hrothgar and the Viera are now getting hats. You see no sign of Geode. The neighboring residential radius would be the next logical place to look. Hi there, Velk. Definitely pace yourself. You got through ARR in one day and you regretted it hard. Considering ARR is like probably the biggest part of Final Fantasy.
Left.
Yeah.
Let them be safe.
I'm pretty sure it took me like a year to get through A Realm Reborn
Geode,
with like a
are you
low
there?
pace.
Answer me, please!
I'm here. Sorry for the long silence. I've been busy.
Oh, you're alive! Thank the gods! Where are you now?
The radius next door. The lobby is secure.
Do you think Geode is gonna betray us?
Then I'll join you.
No, never mind. He's... Ugh, excuse me, nose. Okay, so they're doing the whole absorbing of souls thing.
That dust.
Took me 11 hours to get through the last
What are
bit
you
of
talking
post-patch
about?
on
What's
stream.
happening?
Yeah.
They're not just collecting souls. They're draining the bodies of corporeal ether. The dust that we saw was all that was left of the victims. They must have modified the soul cells.
Weird that they didn't, like, remove the souls of... Oh no, it's an old man!
Shit.
He was already gonna die anyway, but, you know, let's save him the day. How the fuck do you run out of ammo? Also, if this guy decides to run rather than just walking normally, it's gonna be annoying as fuck.
Damn you!
Serious? You're a fucking machinist. You shouldn't take forever to reload.
You can't be here! You need to run now!
Oh, that is bullshit. That is some devious bullshit from Calyx. He is clearly getting some he's clearly vengeful.
Take care of the others, eh?
Clearly, Geode is not gonna be fine. You are a fucking machinist. You have no pugilist abilities. The fuck you gonna do? You love their janky walk. Good for them. Good for them with the power to walk. Sorry, I keep, like, wanting
No
to
sign
alt
of him
tab.
so far. This way, maybe? Geode!
They just gave you his backstory, made you a little attached to him. Well, that's annoying. Also, why is this one not glitching? Why are the others glitching, but not the one that did the trap? Are we gonna have a talk with Calyx or Sphene through the robot? Is that what's gonna happen next? Are they gonna try and tell us that this is all for a purpose?
A shame. I had hoped to leave here with at least one more cell's worth of ether. But seeing how eager you are to interfere, I shall cut this foray short.
Eesh. I could kind of guess. I didn't need the little flash of like Calyx there.
What
Final
could
Fantasy.
you possibly stand to gain from these atrocities?
Ether sufficient to generate...
Oh yeah, Bad Omen, be advised. If you do purchase a subscription with your account and you let it expire and you've not yet gone through A Realm Reborn, Heaven's Ward, and Stormblood,
Till I have the key,
you won't be able to revert back to the free trial, like, you know, thingamadiggy. You won't be able to,
7% of
you'll need to keep subscribing in order to keep accessing.
energy to convert 5,000 into endless. With 11%, operations could continue unabated for 800 years.
Jesus.
Our bodies are fated to decay sooner or later. These ones refuse the gift of eternal life, so what difference does it make if I return them to ether now?
Oh, you fucking pessimist. Or what's doomer? Like, I don't know what kind of doomer status you have to be where it's like, oh, if we're gonna die in 50 years, why not die now?
I will not waste time and resources on meaningless conflict. This unit cannot offer you worthwhile resistance. Instead, I pose a question. Would you hand over the key if I promise to halt my harvest?
No. Because... nihilism. Thank you, Velk. You would only seek other victims. Also, now I'm starting to regret my, Zodiac weapon choice.
It was foolish of me to even ask. I return to my work then. There is much to do if I must take the key by force.
that weapon choice gets funnier because 0 cutscenes account for it this time. Wait, so there were cutscenes in the past that were like, oh, Zodiac weapons do like particle effects. We should probably avoid having them use it. I'm gonna need to change my glamour. This pile of dust, these ashes, and the soul cell he left behind. Was that his twisted way of returning Geo to us? It was, honestly. It very much was. He would most certainly be using it. Damn you, Calyx! Damn you and your careless cruelty! He was our friend. Even so, some might say every death was justified if it meant 5,000 Endless could continue their immortal lives. And if a reflection stolen Aether allowed for many more Endless, why, that too would be a noble sacrifice for the game. Krill, what the fuck are you on about? Not I. No, clearly not, but it's like, it's in your brain now, isn't it? We know only too well there is a not noble in this sacrifice. Yeah, there's no nobility in sacrifice. Trading lives is not the, you know, ideal method. We have to stop him. We have to find Calyx and put an end to this madness as soon as possible. And under no circumstances can we let the key fall into his possession, Grant. It falls to us. We will thwart his plans here in Alexandria before he can terrorize innocents and reflections elsewhere. I will do that. But I kind of need to go to the bathroom. I need to piss. I'm gonna get myself another iced coffee, but I need to go to the bathroom, okay? I'm gonna do a quick, like, 30-second advertisement, and then, go for a bathroom break. So, probably a good time for you, too. Bathroom break, BRB. Ding, dong, bam. Do a little dance. Make a love. Go piss, girl. Absolutely. Let's go piss. You should go piss, too. Move down. Hello. I was trying to use the punch, but I forgot what button is the punch. I've been playing too many different games. Oh.
Let's see if you can put it to good use.
Yes, I can. Observe. It was good information, thank you.
Mr. Lecter.
Mr.
Mr. Lecter. Tara's boutique, guaranteed by the warrior light himself. Not do a Kiwi accent.
Forgot the iced coffee. Oh, that's what you're trying to do. I was wondering. What was that? Legs? Leg? Leggy? Leg? You're gonna give me your leg, right? You are gonna give me, unnamed the Yeen, your leg, right? Leggies? Alright, I'm back. I have now returned. Ding, dong, bam, boom, bong. There we go. Alright. I don't know how many missions there are in this patch. Next mission. Though gripped by sadness, Fiend spurs herself to action. We should return to the back room. Shale and the others need to know what happened. Yes, I'll ask Wayakui to meet us there as well. ba 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 ba. Ba ba. Wins. I honestly love their two designs. It is distraught that Geode is dying, though. If it's any consideration, here is his soul and aether.
Our dear Geode.
It would be really crazy, though, if someone was like, oh, we can put him in a simulacrum.
The soldiers. If only I'd been able to control them.
Downloading right now. Probs can't play it till tomorrow night, though.
The blame lies with
Fair
Alex,
enough.
and with him alone.
It is a shame that it does take long downloads. I feel like
So senseless.
I was
By force.
I don't know what country you're in,
We're already happy.
but in Australia,
Living our lives.
we've only just
What does he even think like?
got gigabit internet.
I'll never forgive Alex for doing this,
Yeah, excuse me.
or myself for being powerless to stop him.
Wait, where are you going?
To clear my head. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid.
Your Omen, the purple lion?
Get
Oh.
some rest.
From Kalua's server. I think from Look, I'm bad with names and faces, okay? And like, I'm looking at a username. I'm looking at a username. You think I'm that, like, I'm himbo as fuck. I have no fucking idea who anyone here is unless they come in here often enough that I'm like, I will distinctly remember you. Also, Kalua's server has way too many lines, alright? I have to remember Kalua. I have to remember you, Omen. Most recently, there's someone named, Liam in training or something like that. Like, there's a lot of lines. Like, I can barely keep track of you all. There's supposed to be too many zebras to keep track of in the real world. Meanwhile, on the internet, there's barely any zebras. It's just me and maybe like 2 other random zebras out there. That's me. Oh.
Oh, Geode.
Okay. That makes it a little bit easier. There's fewer lines I need to keep track of now. I'll need to remember Owen. Oh, not Owen. Fuck. Omen. Owen is an entirely different person. Fuck. This is what it's like in my brain. This is what it's like when you catch me in, when you catch me faulting in the social situations. When you start seeing me like unravel because the introverted autism has caught up to me, and all of a sudden I have failed. I can't be on forever. I need to keep going with the stream. Where's my saber-toothed tiger homies at? Shout out for those extinct species out there, like the saber-toothed tiger, or the dodo, or the lion turtles. Another comrade gone. Some days it's almost more than I can bear. Geode was an older brother to Nostalgia and me. Shale knew him longer, though, and is surely taking it at the hardest, and that's on top of what happened with Kakuya. I cannot... How the fuck am I supposed to say that name? Kashuya? Kakuya? Words fail me. You're also Bimbo? I too forget. How, Bimbo? There is a scale. There is a way to check these things. Cool for 83%! Damn good Bimbo rating. too bimbo? There's no such thing as too bimbo. There is no such thing. Do not ever tell yourself you're too bimbo, okay? Not in my presence. Everyone can be whatever level they want to be, okay? 83% is totally fine. Don't worry about it, okay? You're perfectly good, okay? You want to be less bimbo? That's fine. I'll cry about it, but you know, you can be less bimbo if you want. If you want to be more bimbo, I'm not going to stop you. You are your own lion. Shale knew him longer, though, and is surely taking it to heart. Oh, wait. Do you think you can check on her? See how she's doing? She's like to put on a brave face if it's me or my sister. You've been working at your job for 2 months and you still forget the crap you're meant to do every day. 78% if we're putting it in percent. You have 2 proper thoughts today. The proper thoughts that I have had today is, oh goodness, I hope I don't get a call from work because I'm at level 2, so it's still possible. It's unlikely, but it's still possible. And the person that's on level 1 has missed a call twice. Second thought in my head, damn, I wish I'd come up with September goals for my stream, so then that way I could actually make money on the stream. Third thought for the day, damn, Borderlands 4 is having some problems with optimization. I'm glad that I don't have that game yet. Apologies. My mind was elsewhere. We need to press on with the hunt for Calyx, but I can't seem to focus. I should be better than this, I know. Is there anything I can do? You can get a bimbo... Everyone can get a bimbo grade. And because neither you or... Omen, did the, have set your pronouns in the whatsamahoozy thing, like... Hang on. Do I have pronouns as a command? Yeah. So, yeah, because you didn't set your pronouns, technically speaking, you can do bimbo or himbo rating. Although I've already done the check on Bad Omen, so Bad Omen can't check their himbo rating. You're currently meant to be packing to move south of Brisbane, and you're in everything's overwhelming, so I'm sat at my computer. Ah, yeah. Executive decision dysfunction. I've already, like, done the pronouns mess. Like, you can't set it here. I don't think I have a way of setting it here, but you can definitely set it on the website that's there. So, it would be cool if I had a way, like, I don't know if there is a way for me to, pipe the thing, because, yeah, that's not, I don't think that's something that, Alejo has created with their system. You can't help yourself, can you? Still, I appreciate the concern. Kahuya used to say the best thing to do with grief was to let it all out. So, I think I'll take myself over to Earth and Sky and say my goodbyes to Geode. Why don't you come along? I could use somebody to blubber to if you're of a shoulder to share. You got it. Nice. Congrats. I probably just need to refresh my stream, like, you know, thingamadiggy, and then it will show like the different pronoun thingamadiggies here and there. So also I need to double check and make sure that I do have like the pronouns turned on. So switch to non-moderator mode. We go back over to Franzerface like settings, and then add-ons. Only display enabled. So yeah, so the pronouns is enabled. I don't have any special badge colors. So there's new add-ons, which okay, so there's check, global emote, show unlisted emotes. And then there's the app core. We're not doing any message filtering. Remove spaces between emotes. Nah. Don't care about highlighting sounds. Add extra lines to live channels next to the streamer's name. Hide the gift sub button in the channel header. Don't really care about those. Sorry, I got distracted. I'm looking at the settings of Franzerface. So, there we go. Right then. Let's go get out of Everkeep for a bit. Yeah. There's like bimbo ratings, there's cute ratings, like I try and do all kinds of like different thingamadiggies. So yeah. Where the fuck am I? Oh, there you are. It's a fair trek on foot, so I've arranged for a couple of air-wheelers. They've had their communication modules removed, so even Calyx shouldn't be able to seize control of them. Say the word and we'll set off. Awesome. Easy enough. Ready? We'll be flying close to the pylon, so follow my lead. These air-wheelers are Genote's babies. You won't find a smoother ride. Okay, cool, so we are actually flying. Nice. I was worried that they were just gonna have us, like, you know, just, like, go along the ground and such. Sometimes Geode would come along too, and we'd end up racing. So my armor rating is 733. So I need to replace this earring at some point, because that's probably what's bringing me down. So that's 725, 720, 725, 710, 740s along here. I keep telling myself I need to find time to hang out with people, like IRL, more often. The trivia nights on Tuesdays are a great help. Excuse me. Phew! That's helped cleared my head a bit. You know, Grant, you might be the first person I've ridden with who wasn't an Oblivion recruit. As far as I remember, at least, the memories from my regulator days aren't exactly reliable. Come on, let's head inside. Hopefully the way will be clear of pests today. I'll wait for the cutscene to... I'll wait for the advertisement to finish before I, like, you know, progress forward. Ooh, chat, I have an idea. All right, is chat back? I have an idea. I don't know how well this will work, but I want to do like a hit and run or something like that. So what I'm talking about here is excuse me. Ugh, brain. Where's my have a lovely rest of the stream, Grant. We should play some Final Fantasy together sometime. Yes, absolutely. I'm not disappearing right now, but I have an idea for like a hit and run where we so because I'm pretty sure you can raid into someone, but you can continue streaming and what have you. So one of the ideas I have is just raiding into someone and then just continue on stream. But the thing is I feel like that might fuck over with the, with, like, viewer and what have you. And then, like, yeah, actually, no, never mind. Never mind. I thought I had an idea, but I didn't. I'll just be continuing on with my Sunday morning. Oh, look. Critters. Critters with weird-looking clown faces. AoEs! What am I thinking? I can just do inner release, and then primal rend, and then decimate. There we go. Thanks! We can usually avoid such encounters, but sometimes they wander in and block the only path. Not that it slowed you down at all. I've never seen you fight up close before, and the surveillance feed clearly didn't do it justice. Hi there, Goldie! Hopefully that keeps the route clear for a while. Shall we? Thank you for the hug, Omen. Yum. Oh my god, you beat him.
Whenever we lost a comrade, the three of us would come back here to reminisce. Me, Geode, and Kafkiwa. Will you raise a glass?
To Geode's memory. Oh, would you look at that? We're not gonna be drinking alone. That's good. Also,
What are the two of you doing here?
little red tips. There's
I had a feeling you'd show up. Would you like to join us?
I don't know why. Okay, I don't know why, but there's just something about women and red hair for me. I like there is a bias to the things I'm attracted to. Don't get me wrong.
Spare a moment.
But yeah, red hair, dark skin, big boobies, tall legs. Maybe not tall legs. I can go. I'm fine with short stacks. Actually, nah. I don't need to worry about. I'm fine if the lady is taller or shorter than
They
me.
tell us Oblivion's founders disappeared some decades ago under mysterious circumstances. And it was Kafkiwa who revived our organization. You and Geode helped her with that, didn't you? Tell us more about it. You're keen to know too, right? What they were like back then. The mad things they got up to.
It means the hair is strawberry flavored. No, don't eat the hair. That's not how this works. I kind of miss my red hair. It's been too long since I've dyed my hair. Red hair on. Oh, they look good. The thing, okay.
Right before the Reformation that I met.
It's really like, here's the thing, is that like it's really like, this is where like fantasy and reality clash, because I love the look of like, you know, deep blood red hair and what have you. I can get like, you know, black raven hair, like dark, like, you know, strong dark colors are what do it for me. I'm not interested in like, you know, a really, like, I'm interested in deep saturated colors, like red and black saturation kind of colors.
You got into a fist fight? What were you even arguing about?
Oh my gosh.
Damned if I know. We were deep in our cups. I think we were both just frustrated and angry at everything.
This must have been like the, you know, when they got so
By the end of
drunk.
it, we were both sprawled out in the street. Pair of drunken fools.
So.
Then this odd machine stopped to lecture us, scolding us for obstructing the foot traffic.
Oh my goodness, I forgot to turn off the thingy-majiggy. Hopefully this person does call the after hours line, and I don't, but I'm not the one that's picking it up.
Sorry state.
Please don't make me the one to pick it up.
That was Kafkiwa, I take it.
Please don't make me the one pick it up. Please only have someone else pick it up.
That it was. Once she was done upbraiding us for our unseemly behavior, she launched into a recruitment pitch. Kafkiwa explained that she wanted to protect the outside world from Zoralja's invasion, to keep him from bringing ruin to the place her beloved son lived. And
you currently have like full purple black hair for 2 years now.
Perhaps
Purple
we
sounds
might
good.
consider risking our hides for a just cause.
Okay, someone is calling the after hours line.
It was a lot to take in. I hadn't given much thought to what lay beyond the barrier.
Please don't let it go up to me. 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 Please don't let it go up to me.
But Geode and I were intrigued by her ideas. I wanted to see this future of hers come to pass.
Geode often spoke of it. He told me that meeting Kafkiwa was what first taught him the value of remembering people.
Like he was sharing a holy revelation.
Oh, but back then you hadn't yet taken on Oblivion's name, had you?
Is that so? I just assumed.
Am I on the line? No, but this person, like, the person on level 1 has missed a call like 2 times. So, I'm just paranoid that this guy is gonna miss that call and it's gonna go up to me. So I have like my finger set on the mute button for if this goes up to me, because the second call, they hung up before I could answer, and so the call forwarding like did some weird stuff and was about to alert my boss. So I'm just in that kind of mindset right now.
Like-minded comrades, we began searching the core system for traces of unauthorized access. And that's how we found it. An anomalous sector in the back of the Neon Stein. According to Melancholy, the door to that mystery had remained firmly shut since she took over the business.
The back room.
The back room. We forced our way in, only to discover that the hideout had long been abandoned.
Do you acknowledge the call?
Although the occupants were gone, the equipment they'd left behind contained records of a group calling itself Oblivion. After reading through their exploits and their vision for the future, we made the decision to carry on their work.
Thus were my parents' and Kafkiwa's hopes bound together.
And carried onward by shell and
The keyword popped up and it just activated you. The back rooms!
Never have made it this far on our own, of course. Not without the strength of arms you and your friends provided.
Okay, no, he picked up the call. Cool, awesome. I don't need to hold on to my phone ready to press the answer button. I'm good.
Losing comrades is a hard thing.
Oh, goodness.
Being here, thinking back on what we shared. I can see their smiles, hear their laughter.
I have missed out on so much of this cutscene in terms of feels. I've just been so paranoid.
But these memories of mine are for me alone.
It's your sleeper agent, Cole.
Why I chose to do this. And why I'll stay.
Redheads found in the back rooms. But yeah. Nostalgia.
Right. Time we got back to work.
Sunny's on the
Thank you.
glasses or something.
Everyone.
Slay Queen. I actually have a few different glasses. I need to, at some point, I need to adjust my glamour though, because you know the axe that I have him using is a bit too extra in certain cutscenes. I realize, so I'm probably gonna need to adjust his attire at some point. I've got quite a few pieces of clothing for him now, but yeah, I need to come up with something new. I went with like sort of like a you know, a explorer, like buccaneer kind of look for him. But yeah. I feel like my sleeper agent call would quite honestly be like free cookie dough in the kitchen. I'm gonna try go for Lion Golf Baddie. Ooh. Looking respectfully. Oh my gosh. There are goths in the past that have formulated the neurons in this Zeeb's brain. I appreciate you helping me through this, and not only the grief, you've helped me see that my comrades mean even more to me than I realize, which only fuels my determination. I'll be spending every waking moment working to bring Calyx to account for his crimes. I will do my best. Then you do yours. Oblivion needs you. I'm pretty sure I am Tenacity. I'm pretty sure I'm Valentine's. And Kathy's cookie dough roll in the fridge right now. It's time I went back to locating Calyx's lair. I have a new strategy in mind, but it remains to be seen if it will aid in narrowing down the possibilities. I'll ask Krill to help. I want to re-examine the data, starting with that of her parents. After all, they were the first to break away from preservation and establish an organized resistance with Oblivion. There must be something in there that can point us in the right direction. What are your plans, Grant? Oh. Moshi Moshi? Grant, is that you? Apologies for calling suddenly. I've been making the rounds in the outskirts, and I cannot help but feel as though something is amiss. Might I ask you to join me? Your perspective would be most appreciated. It can wait until you've finished attending to Shale, of course. Cookie dough roll. You had a scrote. Don't worry. I kind of picked up what you were putting down with the raw cookie dough, all right? I love raw cookie dough. I can very well just eat it out of the tube. I did that before. Fun fact, the raw cookie dough you can get from grocery stores it either doesn't have a lot or it doesn't have egg, which means that even if you got it from the store and just started eating it from the tube without cooking it, the chances of salmonella are like low to none. What's Velk's some sleeper agent? Is Rise of the White Raven. Curse you now. I have no idea. You know, for someone who doesn't have any, proper media literacy or, pop culture understanding, Velk, you hit me with a pop culture reference that I do not recognize. The fuck is the Rise of the White Raven? Soulsborne or Kingdom Hearts, to be honest. I gotta reset my timeline of the last time I've had a Kingdom Hearts reference. Oh, it's the ruby weapon. It seems your plans have been decided for you. Go on, I have others to speak with before I return to the back room. Oh, would you look at that? I've got to do the emerald weapon. I got to do the emerald weapon, then there's the minstrel ballard, there's the pool of tribute, containment bay Z1T9, Thornton's Reign, anything from the ACCC cruiserweight, or the M1 or 2. Eden's Gate, Omega Alphascape, Juno's First Walk, an Alliance Raid from Stormblood, level 100 dungeons. There are so many things I need to get done in my book, and I just don't have the time. Every so often, I'll buy a chocolate frosting tub and eat it with a spoon. Oh, do you mean hang on a sec, let me get Woolies open. Hang on, Woolies. Catalog. Hang on a second. Please don't dox me in the middle. Yes, cool. Awesome. You're talking about, just a tub of, not that. That's not the right one. Where is it? There's a good-sized tub. Okay, maybe it is? I swear they had... These are gluten-free. Search. You're talking about, You're talking about something like this. Like vanilla or chocolate frosting, right? like, there's this, and then there's, like, Betty Crocker. Yeah. Nice, nice, nice. Then there's this one. Here's the one that I'd probably go for, is the rich and... Ooh, this one's Hershey flavored. Then there's, like, chocolate fudge. I'm gonna be real with you. The next time I feel gluttonous, I'm probably gonna get a mixture of the Betty Crocker's rich and creamy frosting milk chocolate and raw cookie dough, and I'm gonna see what happens when I do like a scoop of the two at the same time. I'll probably... Maybe that's something I will do. Also, that is a pay calculator. I don't earn that weekly. I wish I could earn more than that weekly. Actually, what is my... It's like... I'm pretty sure I am... 3,000. Yeah, I think that's it. I think that's it. I'm basically gaining like 230. No, that doesn't sound right. Hang on a sec. So annually, I'm pretty sure I'm like 86. Yeah, that sounds about right. My fortnightly take-home pay is like 2.5 grand. Yeah, and I had student debt. Oh! Oh! I forgot to mention this to the people! Cookie for Bookie! Here's your cookie, Bookie. That's not what I wanted to mention to the people, though. I forgot to mention this to the people. GrantZeebs is student debt free! I no longer have student debt! After working full-time for, like, the last, 7+ years, and a healthy dose of nepotism from my grandfather who helped pay off the remainder of my debts, I no longer have student debt, which means that, you know, the compulsory hex payments that I would normally put into I would normally have work put in and such like that, that no longer goes to the government to pay off, it now goes to me! Grant, thank you for coming. As I mentioned, I would benefit from your worldly experience. Perhaps it is my imagination, but the townspeople appear to be acting oddly. That is, even considering the current state of affairs. As I am yet unfamiliar with the outskirts, I thought you might be better equipped to judge if their behavior is unusual or not. Would you speak with them and see what you think? Though I hope to be proven wrong, I fear something is not right here. Also, hi there, Bookie. Thank you for informing, thank you for clipping, Bookie, actually, though. I do appreciate it. I did, like, a little clipping as, like, with my foot as well, but it's not, like, properly, thingy-madiggy. Chat, you should go check out Bookie. They do all kinds of streaming as well. Oh my god, why do I feel... Ugh. You just found a rogue Angie Paul sock while cleaning your room? The fuck? You just got odd socks now just popping up? Alright, so cruiser, and then that earring is light heavy, which is what's causing me to lose out. A part of me, like, I've already gone to the bathroom, like, not that long ago. Might turn murderous. The specter of death is ever present. People are terrified, and the clamor has reached a fever pitch. I personally was fortunate to have claimed a new device early on and have long since completed the registration. Death has no hold over me now. Now I must begin my prayers. The darkness draws closer, grows deeper. We must cast it out. Part of me is concerned that I might need to go to the bathroom again, but instead do like a number 2 instead of a piss. I am very thankful that I have not shit myself on stream, and I would like to try and keep that record personally. That was the timing of the Twitch. Nice. Oh, please tell me you brought more Neo-regulators. Officially, they're all being handed out already, but I've heard rumors there were a few left over. Surely the government still has some, or perhaps Queen Sween. I may not look it, but I was a hunter once. Back then, I hardly gave death a second thought, but now that I know the truth, it's all I could think about. There has to be a way to hold on. There has to. Thank you for sharing, Zeebs. Not to worry, not to worry. I will clearly that is an inside thought I should have kept to myself. Yeah. Don't zoom in so much. Jump. Jump. You're not wearing a regulator. Don't you know the end is coming? Well, it's your life to lose. Me? I've got myself one of those Neo regulators and registered a little while ago. As soon as I did, a display appeared showing the number of registered users. Right now, it's sitting at 4,168. The upper limit was 5,000, wasn't it? Seems the total shot up right after those machines malfunctioned. It's only a matter of time before everyone's registered. I pity those who weren't chosen, but I'm going to be an endless. I'm going to evolve and live happily ever after. Dude, you're gonna be a literal ghost. That is essentially what everyone is doing here, is turning themselves into a ghost. Yeah. Vacation time! Drink your pills! Grabbing pills. So, what do you think? Was I right to worry? Tensions are running high. They are running really high. Yes, that is exactly it. The people are overwhelmed by uncertainty and fear, and with each new registration, that fear inside them grows more insistent. How long until it drives them into full-blown panic? Moshi Moshi? Grant, can you come to resolution? We have a problem. I'm already here with Lamati and Alphino. Oh boy. Something is a problem. We need to go fix the problem. Sounds like she wants us there in a hurry. We should go. Excuse me, nose. Oh yeah, that's the, that panel is like where the endless go. It's called Living Memory.
What's happened?
Did they? We turned it off like years and years ago. We turned it off a while ago.
Death is your constant companion. Though you toil with diligence, death may come ere your reward is bestowed. Though your grand works be poised for completion, death may come ere you wake the following morn.
Oh my goodness. Political strife. They're gonna force one side. No, never mind. I can't.
Good fortune. Death needs but one instant to claim you.
Switching to standing mode.
Your bodies are weak. Your heart, your brain, every fragile organ rolls the dice from moment to moment. Sheer chance deciding if they function or fail.
Are they just fucking doom scrolling right now? Are they just giving a live announcement?
Generous or righteous, no virtues tip the scales in that fatal reckoning.
Oh my fucking god. There's a boss in Silk Song. Tell me nothing of Silk Song, please.
That is what it means to die.
The announcement began after we finished our meeting with Gossen. As for its source, well...
I think all the iced coffee is catching up to me.
Alex. There is no shame in being afraid. It is that very fear which will drive you to conquer death.
This is important. It doesn't spoil anything. You just use the words boss in Silk Song. I have not played Hollow Knight, so... Oh my gosh, maybe I do need to go to the bathroom again. Jesus. Hang on.
Hope for it. Wish for it. Pray for it.
Pray?
We will become endless.
I'm gonna wait. Please wait for this. If I can hold it until this cutscene, that will be...
With evolution's brilliance, will we banish the ever-present darkness of mortality.
I don't think I can... Nope, I can't hold it in. I need to go to the bathroom. I need to do a bigger bathroom break. I am so sorry. Ah! I have returned. And I also got myself a Coke No Sugar because then that way... Chest too big, very tragic. Yes, it is too big, okay? Like, when I designed this zebra, this was during an ERP era of my life. And for whatever reason, like, I thought, you know what women like? Big men with muscles. That's what I thought would attract the ladies was, you know, strong zebra with the big pecs and what have you. Because like I liked, you know, hyper muscle, hyper thingamadoogies and what have you. So like 7 foot tall zeebs and all that kind of nonsense. And lo and behold, that while there were some women that liked seeing like a hyper muscular, 7 foot tall, big, strong zeebs, you know who likes them more? Other strong, hyper muscular men. I tried attracting ladies with this body type, and it's not the ladies that are attracted to this body type, it is the men. And there were so many times that people were like, yeah, this Zeeb's gay. And I'm like, no. And they're like, bi? And I'm like, I don't think so. And they're like, but you have like this muscular zebra. I'm like, yeah, because I want to be muscular. I like the body is is like this fantasy facsimile of me. It's not a desire of I want from other people, but what I want from myself. And they're like, but why are you so comfortable with like liking and retweeting muscular men and all this nonsense? And I'm like, because I'm comfortable that way. And they're like, you weird. Disable text advance? No, we're back into the game, so let's keep going.
Change isn't easy.
I am a strange zebra. We all had ERP phases on VR chat. Don't worry.
This is the right path for us.
I don't want him. I want to be him. Yes, exactly.
I'm going to do it. I'm going to register.
Wow, Wuklamat. You couldn't have come at a better time. Please, you have to let us move to Tuliyalal.
It's too dangerous to stay here. Who knows when the next century will turn on us?
Interesting.
Even if we wanted to become endless, there are no more neo-regulators to be had. Fleeing is our only option.
Interesting call.
If the solution was as simple as leaving, then we'd all have left already. Did you not hear the announcement? For the living, death is a foregone conclusion.
That's the lion lady on your launcher screen. That is Wuklamat.
Who we shelter with, we won't have another chance like this to overcome our fate.
There are several. I have shared this in Kalua's chat, in Kalua's Discord, because I was like, Kalua, you gotta be doing this. You gotta be looking at this thing. Like there are, I'm pretty sure if you like search like from GrantZ, like hang on a second. Give me a second. Let me see if I can find the Wait, can I not search for my own messages? The fuck? Oh my goodness, does it really not have a way for me to search for my own messages in here? Pinned in channel, has links, has image. There are several like images that I have shared of all the different Wuklamat images and what have you. Hi there, Davey boy. You used to be a Midnight Dancer in VR chat for a bit. I'm gonna be real with you. I didn't do the VR ERPing and what have you. The ERPing I did was all text-based and such. Like, you give me an installation of like, you know, people don't hear this voice, and I just have only images and then my own written word. I reckon I could be suave and like, you know, descriptive of like things and such like that. But if you like if you came on to me in VR chat, I would be so fucking awkward. I'm like, yeah. And then just like, you know, give you a little like, you know, head pat, maybe a titty flick or something like that. I am not that cool in VR chat with ERPs. How's it going, Dave? Oh my god, that's a lot. Yeah. Disable text events? No.
Easy for you to say when you have that regulator.
But yeah, she great. Wuklamot. Wuklamot is just Naruto in Final Fantasy. Like she, you'll get like a rundown of.
The Landsguard are on their way as we speak, and arrangements have been made to see that you all will be safely evacuated.
The art chat VRP that happened to me in Ferality had you mute because you was laughing. Oh goodness, was it just like really awkward? Was it just really awkward flirting, or were they like just purposely comedic?
I want to help Alexandria. I want to save its people. But what can I do?
I keep rubbing my nose, but you can't see me like lifting my hands up to rub my nose.
I am not their queen.
Yeah. Calyx has access to the core system, which means that if he chooses to do so, he could deploy the soldiers beyond the barrier. Even if our people learn to live with death and decide to leave the dome behind, they will not be beyond his reach. They try to kiss you. I was calling you a cutie, but it was out of the blue, and you could see their eyeballs via your. Oh, so they did. So they leaned in for a kiss and such like that. But because of the because of like the whole 3D viewpoint you know, camera cutoffs and such, it was like, oh, no longer seeing the face. Now it's just eyeballs. That's hilarious. Yet, if it serves to allay their fears even a little, I beg you, Wuklamot, please let them have shelter in Tuliol. We will welcome any and all who want to come. We've already begun evacuations, and we will be able to pick up the pace once the land guards arrive. In which case, we have best spread out and keep an eye on the crowds. The mood is tense, and we must prepare for possible violence. If you happen to determine where Calyx is hiding, though, we'll be ready to move at a moment's notice. Surely we'll find a clue of some kind soon. He can't elude us forever. Also, doggo. Like, look at the doggo. Violence and fear. This is not the future she envisioned for her nation. Oh my god, that is so American related. Oh my god, look at this fucking coach runner over here. Preservation, their purpose. Wuklamot assesses her surroundings with grim determination. Yeah. I can't do the kisses. Tuliol would gladly welcome every last Alexandrian with open arms. But what of the nation the late queen was so desperate to preserve? What of the bright haven of peace and laughter? Wuklamot. I won't stand here and let her legacy be sullied any further. I will protect Alexandria. That was the promise I made her at last. But she betrayed you, did she not? Why do you feel this obligation? I saw myself in her, I suppose. We both felt the people's joy as our own, yet alone we lacked the strength to protect them. There's so much that I love in this world, too much for me to take in my arms and keep safe, and that made me afraid. I needed someone who shared that love and fear, so together we could do what we couldn't by ourselves. Or maybe it's simpler than that. Maybe I just wish that we could have been friends. But yeah, I need to show you some of the cutscenes that had Wuklamot. It's so good. So, when she turned to me in her final hour, desperate to safeguard Alexandria's future, I swore that I would see it done. In the end, I think you both found the friend you needed. I would be yours as well, Sphene. Whenever you fall or struggle to rise, I'll come running to the rescue, and you do the same for me. That's how we'll protect the things we love. That's how we'll protect Alexandria! Also, chat, you should check out my Blue Sky. I got new art. It's fantastic. You're right. You're right. And don't forget about me. How could we? We'd not be here. We'd not be where we are now without you. Right. We got a bit sidetracked there. We should probably be on our way. Do we patrol or see if Shale needs a hand? There you are. Galulja! Ah, splendid. We were afraid we'd miss you. Alize and the others said you were here. Good news, Grant. We've finally found a chink in Calix's armor. We discovered laboratories on Everkeep's 10th level that once housed a preservation initiative. Containment Complex 1029, it's called, and it's been falsely registered as a distribution center. In reality, it hasn't recorded any traffic in decades. We don't think this is where Calix is hiding as such, but it may well contain clues that will point us in the right direction. I'm sorry it took so long just to get this far. If you're interested, what do you say we go and check it out together? Yes! Thank you for all your hard work. This is a huge step forward. And up! We need to take the lift to get to the complex. I've cleared this expedition with the relevant authorities and have one of our people waiting to operate said lift. Let's not keep her waiting. If Velka's still here, do you want me to, like, move over to, Materia? Ding. Because I imagine we're getting closer and closer to the, I imagine we're getting closer to the, blah, 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 blah. The, to a dungeon. Dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. I'll also need to change my attire. Where the fuck is... Oh, there it is. Ready to head on up? Next stop, the 10th level. Okay, so it's not a... Never mind, it's not a dungeon. It's just us going up to the 10th level. Sippies. You could never take ERP seriously. Ooh, that is an interesting statement. Like, seriously as in like forming a serious relationship, or seriously as in, you know, role playing seriously?
So dark, I can barely see.
Like, have you ever been invested in, like, a manga or a novel series of, like, you know, two characters and you're like, God damn it, just kiss! Roleplay, mainly. Ah, okay.
Just a moment. If I can reroute the power to the circuit...
It's not for everyone, and I will be frank with you. There are some people, like, maybe because of VR being a bit of, like, maybe it's because of me being on, like, F-list of all things to get it and such, but some people are really good at the roleplay, and some people are really bad.
Smell how stale the air is. This room hasn't been in use for many years.
It was thanks to Kryl and Galulja that I managed to locate
Oh my
this
god, I
place.
nearly winded myself.
You may remember that my earring contained the control code for the gate to the Golden City.
That is true.
As it was preservation that constructed the portal, we reasoned that the code to operate it might include a signature of some sort, unique to their organization.
Huh.
So I took a closer look, and a line-by-line examination yielded a string of symbols identifying the code's author. We then began accessing the nodes for every door in Everkeep, seeking out control codes which contained those same symbols. After a grueling search, we finally discovered our prize behind door number 1860, the entrance to the facility in which we now stand. I'd probably still be at it if Galulja hadn't been around to assist me.
Sometimes I think about redesigning my zebra.
I took breaks, but Shale never stopped working. Not even once.
He's just a little guy. You're a treasure, or sounds like you need one of Gnot's energy tonics.
Those concoctions would probably do me more harm than good, but I appreciate the sentiment. In any case, this next part will require your helping hands.
We need to spread out.
I don't know, there's like a part of me that just wants to like look at, you know, persona designs and be like, I like this, I don't like that.
We're more than happy to help, of course.
So what the fuck is going on there?
I wonder, won't he realize we've found this place?
It's highly likely, and personally I hope he does.
He has control of robots and such. It's very unlikely that he is just gonna get here of his own accord. He's probably gonna send like legions of robots. You all know our main objective. We're here to pick up Calyx's trail, and I've learned of a certain device that should help us do that. I'll explain how as we proceed, but according to the information I was able to dredge up, the device in question should have been installed in the director's office. Excuse me. Now, as for where that might be, yes, this matches my data. This room we're in is the Researchers' Commons, located in the western side of the complex. The director's office is to the northeast of here. So, we should cut across this circular chamber in the middle, yes? Ah, okay, so... Yes, we should, but unfortunately for us, the interior door is locked. We'll need a security key with the appropriate clearance to open it. Judging by the mechanism, it'd probably be a card of some kind. Can't you, you know, work some electrope magic? I'll try my best, but this type of lock is well before my time. It may take a while to crack it. And in case I can't, you might want to look around and see if anyone left a secret security card behind. Considering the state of the place, it does seem like they abandoned it in some haste. I shouldn't be surprised if we found one. Well then, let's get searching, shall we? I expect we'll have the most luck looking where the researchers kept their personal belongings. Ah, you know personal belongings is important because they bold it. Health will appear in a different color. Pay close attention to the information provided by your comrade should you find yourself unable to proceed. Alright, so... let's have a look. So we got abandoned paperwork, a desk organizer, half-open desk drawer. This appears to be the only desk with the drawers already open. You can tell at a glance that the former owner has left some things behind. You discover a card-shaped object. The electrode surface is marked with a bold level 1. Oh, could that be what we're looking for? Try it on the door and see if it opens. Well, that was quick. I thought I was gonna have to search a few more places. A scanning device. The card-shaped object you hold looks to be of a similar size to the scanner panel. The shape press goes into the shape hole to form a shape with the shape. You hold the card-shaped object up to the scanner via the card-shaped opening. It's open! You did it, Grant! And a good thing, too. I was getting nowhere with the outdated circuit. I am curious, though. Why would they abandon a facility like this? It was run by a Director Demetrius, or so the terminal told me. Perhaps there are more answers to be had once we venture further inside. Then let's continue onwards. The door to this director's office is across the central hub. Ugh, excuse me, throat. I like that I'm able to stick my tongue out with my avatar.
Onyx_Severus paid me to say.
As the immortal philosopher and economist Karl Marx once wrote in a letter to his friend and compatriot Frederick Engels,
Baby needs money! I honestly, Spice 8 Rack, I absolutely love him. Well, not him, sorry, it. I absolutely love it / them. That's their pronouns. Absolutely love them. They... I first learned of them when they were shit-talking the Cats movie and then doing Magic the Gathering cards, and I stayed because they started having some, like, socialist, like, commentary and such like that, and it was so good. I highly... If you have not seen Spice 8 Rack videos, I highly recommend them. They are pretty good. Baby needs money! Baby needs money! Alright, let's try the security card here. You hold the level 1 security card up, but the scanner beeps in disapproval. No good. Maybe we need a different card. Yeah, the scanner is demanding a level 3 security clearance to open the lock. As much as the delay chafes me, we'll just have to comb through the nearby rooms and hope we stumble upon the card we need. Let's start our search in the Proto Lab. The door is already open, at least. We'll find a way through together, Shale. I'm sure of it. Thank you, Masonic, for the 250 bits. I greatly appreciate it. They will most certainly be contributing towards me and paying for bills and trying to save up money. I have people in the United States of America that are demanding that I come visit them next year for Texas Fur Fiesta. So I need to be saving up for that. And considering I have that and the, you know, the desire of building a new PC from scratch, I need to save money however I can. Or make new means, or, you know, form new income. And this is gonna have to be that way. The way this room is set up, the canister inserted into the large device looks to be a soul cell. Could this be where they conducted their experiments to create Endless? Ah, but we could probably spend days investigating this complex. Finding a way into the director's office must take precedence. Speaking of which, Galul Jah mentioned a locker over in the corner that he couldn't open. Perhaps you could take a look. I dug through this data tablet and found a journal. I'll read it to you. The results of experiment 158 showed a marked improvement in aether extraction rates. At least we have achieved the target value set by Master Calyx. Though I will become endless as per our Ascendancy protocols, I will preserve this historic number along with my few remaining worldly effects. Oh my goodness, 158 is complete with inputting the correct combination. You have to uncover yet. Perhaps speaking with your command as well. Progress. Enter a combination. See the... enter up to 5 digits, then press the confirm. 158. Could this be the right combination? Combination you entered, speaking with your... Okay. Step away from the numpad. So it's not 158. Let's have a look. Okay, so it's not that. So experiment 158. Trick down and get their hands on them. No. Nope. Alright, Galulja, you're gonna need to talk to me again. Experiment 158. Okay, so worldly possession. One, two, 1, 4. Nah, that's too many entries. Let's see, is there... Experiment 148. 201930. Here we go, 158. Maximum value of 11509 recorded. 11509. We got it. All right, let's try that number. 11509. All right, here we go. 11509. Yeah! Another key card. The locker pops open. Inside, you discover a level 2 security card. All right, so it's not level 3, but we go into another room, and using the level 2 security card, we try and find a level 3 security card. Ah, you found another security card. But does that say level 2? We needed a level 3, didn't we? Yes, but it should still open more doors for us to explore. You did well, Grant. These preservation numbers lead such surprisingly normal lives. Leaving notes, losing their cards. I guess I imagine they'd be more... what's the word? Bloodless? Mechanical? My parents were once part of the preservation, if you'll recall. It would seem the researchers who agreed with Calix and his philosophy underwent the conversion to endless entities. But I assume those who could not or would not eventually left the organization altogether. Oh, I almost forgot. The researchers kept journals in their data tablets. The one I read doesn't explain much, but something big happened in the complex, and afterwards, it was decided that everyone would become endless. The writer was really happy about this. You can tell how much they admired Calix and his work. The entries ended after that, but maybe you can read more in the other tablet there. Right. Let's move this investigation to another room. Well, we'll have the Duartro lab and the maintenance facilities left to search. Both are accessed via the southeast corridor. So it's back to the hub and the locked door across the way, which will be hopefully yield before our new security card. I'll take the old one if you like. I doubt we'll have any more use of it. Bum, 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 dun, dun, dun. Also, why is there an announcement in one of the... Oh, because someone started streaming as well. Good for them. Good for them. How is your day going, Masonic? You doing good? Bah. Bah, 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 bah. Bah, 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 bah. Bah, 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 bah. Alright, with the appropriate level... Oh, this is the level 3, isn't it? Oh, there we go. Or so let's start with the lab. Alright. So... Dink. There doesn't seem to be any power here. It's possible the energy is on a separate con, which means that would be a contingency. In case of emergency, it can be routed from the facilities. Alright, cool. I'm probably not... I'm gonna be real with you. I probably wasn't gonna read all of it. I'm so sorry. Ah! Excuse me! Puzzles. Engaging power supply. No good. It's returning an error. There must be a preliminary procedure. According to this error code reference, if the power supply is being interrupted for an extended period of time, then we need to reconfigure both the emergency generator and the circuit control panels. That's the emergency generator over there, isn't it? Yes, and by the looks of it, it's the same model as the one used in Heritage Found. But how does it send power to the other lab? Ah, I see. The energy cable attached to the base of this terminal leads down the hall directly to the Duo Lab, which means we need to find a way to connect the generator to that cable. What about these patterns on the floor? Could this be the circuit we need to reconfigure? I believe you have the right of it. Using the control panels set in each of the tiles, we create an unbroken path for the thingy-majiggy to follow. Cool. Nice. I've used that type of machine before. Then would you be willing to try and reconfigure the path? The rest of us, blah, 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 blah. I'm sorry, the exposition dump I do not care or appreciate. Alright, so we need to try and get... So this connecting up to here and going into there. So if we go square, and then from here we go circle, and then from there we go triangle. Look at that! Easy. Oh, wait, hang on. Does the... Yep, no, it does the power. It does the power. We are good. Unless, does it not like it? Oh, wait, cancel? Because that's fine. If we do... Like, I don't think I need to do anything else, like... Because it just needs to be there. It does the connection here. And then it does, like, this long-ass connection here. And then it goes into there, like... Oh, maybe this needs to be the whatsamahoozies, and then this needs to be the triangle, so then that way there isn't any open-ended power. There we go! You have reconnected all the circuits, inform your comrades of the successful reconfiguration. Nice. So it didn't want any open-ended power, otherwise it wasn't grounded. It worked! We did it, Grant! The Duo Lab should now be fully powered. Well done, everyone. If I may, Shale, could we access a certain data log before moving on? I was checking the storage shelves, and one of the labels caught my eye. Preservation, the early days is the title. Dun, 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 dun. Hang on a sec. There's something I need to double check real quick. Because I posted into the thingy-majiggy there. Yeah, no, I forgot to... Sorry. Copy text, and then grab this, go into my whatsamahoozies, and then paste that there. There we go. Sorry, I forgot to share something in my Discord. Of course, it'll only take a moment to bring up the contents. Beep bop beep bop beep 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 bop. Ah, it looks to be a text-based account. I'll read it out. Preservation. An Alexandrian Institute for Technological Development was founded by Calix, an 11-year-old child prodigy. Approval for establishing the organization came during Alexandria's involvement in the Storm Surge, with Calix's designs for new defensive solutions funded in large part by the Treasury. As the conflict grew in intensity and casualties mounted, Calix funneled Preservation's resources towards the perfection of memory storage. Research into this field continued even after the Storm Surge came to an end, with Calix eventually electing to preserve his own memories in a virtual domain. So this account is from before he embraced his endless existence, hundreds of years ago. I met him only once, before the Storm Surge began. I was attending my father, who was then the reigning king of Alexandria. Calyx could not have been more than 10 years of age and requiring constant treatment for his debilitating illness. Yet still he published theories so highly regarded that even the royal family was aware of his achievements. Life should not be lost to the injustice of death. Even now I can hear the single-minded will behind his words. It was that when war came to our kingdom, my father was quick to commit his unwavering support to his somber youth and his proposal for preservation. Several years later, the ensuing violence brought the death of both my parents. Overwhelmed as I was by my sudden succession to the throne, I suspect they spared me the reports on endless research and other less urgent matters. So you had no way of knowing what kind of person Calyx was changing into? Did he change, I wonder? Perhaps he has ever been the type to value ideals over compassion, and I failed to see it at the time. Or perhaps he did change, but is still driven by those same deeply held beliefs that mortality is cruel and unjust, and his role is to deliver mankind from this fate. Whatever the case may be, we cannot allow him to shape our future. Let's press on, shall we? Pop, 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 pop. Pop, 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 pop. Pop, 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 pop. If I have done my job correctly, the door to the Diotro lab should be accessible now. I'll give everything a once-over just to be sure. Ah! Stretching! Big stretch! Oh, big stretch for the big boy. There we go. Turn. Ding. The energy current seems stable enough. Still, you should let me handle this one. The security card, if you please. Oh, and a quick pair that a shortened wire doesn't burn me from the inside out. Oh god, I was not thinking that was going to be a problem, Shale. Tacos. Shale is examining the card scanner. Right, I'll get this door open. Phew! Smooth as silk. Let's head inside and see what awaits. We did it! Gods above, isn't that... Ah! Looks like the key. The key to interdimensional fusion? That looks to be a schematic on the monitor. And they used it to make another key? But isn't it missing the shard inside like the one Grant has? We may have been laboring under a misconception. The key was originally a Milala relic. Once this treasure came into its possession, preservation began working to harness the power to cross dimensions. Aside from the crystal, we can see that all of the vessel's components were constructed here. So what might that tell us? This is just a device they made to control it. That would be the logical conclusion. Yes, it is as my parents explained. More flashbacks! The key remains shrouded in mystery. Preservation augmented it with Electro, but never grasped the technology's underlying principles. To this day, not a single person understands the mechanics of interdimensional fusion. Not who imbued the key with its power, not when they did so, nor why. Now it makes sense. Calyx can track the key because its vessel was made by preservation. I believe there is much we may learn in this room. On our next visit, I will have to enlist Y'shtola's assistance for a thorough investigation. I too am curious about a great many things, but pinning down Calyx's whereabouts is our top priority. Hopefully there's a security card here that grants access to the director's office. The research conducted in this lab appears to have been highly confidential in nature. Some of the personnel must have belonged to the organization's upper echelons, and that means higher security clearance. We should spread out and look for any cards they left behind. Remember, anything less than a level 3 is no use to us. Alright, so we got storage crates. We got a cabinet drawer. So we got Scene, Gulja. Let's try the drawers. Found a security card. Alright. Easy. Well, well, if it isn't exactly what we needed. Nice work, Grant. Oh, a level 3. That should get us into the director's office. So what was it you were hoping to find in there again, Shale? You were saying that a certain device was going to help us? Right. I haven't properly examined myself, have I? I'm looking for a data relay. After we discovered this ostensibly abandoned complex, I performed a cursory investigation which detected a connection to an outside network. When I traced the data's routing, I confirmed traffic from a web of Everkeep's security cameras. Considering the way Calyx is always one step ahead of us, we must assume he's quietly seized control of the city's surveillance system and has been using it to monitor activities. To monitor what you, as the key holder, are planning. But since Calyx is the ultimate recipient of these transmissions, the flow of data is like a river that we can follow back to him. Which is why I need the data relay. If I can analyze the device and blah 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 blah, we should be able to find him. You can pinpoint Calyx's position? Hopefully so. That said, he has done nothing to impede our progress, which makes me think I might be on entirely the wrong track. Maybe the reason he isn't stopping us is because he can't? Back in the old castle, Calyx said that he was measuring Grant's strength. What can he possibly dream up that's stronger than him? All sorts of people. Speaking of cameras, there was another thing I meant to mention. I found evidence that someone deliberately disabled the surveillance feed in this room. The most recent recording was also crudely deleted. I was able to restore the data, though... Oh, if you'd like to see it. I'll start the show then. Excellent! Gather round, everyone. It's a home video time. I reckon we can even go borderless.
Are you really planning to leave?
Ooh.
Yes. The idea of eternal life. It's begun to frighten me.
I struggle to renounce our conventional wisdom. Death is the means by which life prunes its branches, leaving the trunk to grow strong and tall. We die so that our species may flourish.
That is a cool looking attire, by the by.
What would become of...
Oh my god, he has the fucking hentai anime protagonist hair!
Nation is the fruit of our labor. Then perhaps we strive for the wrong thing.
Your argument is a rejection of Master Calyx's vision.
I suppose it is. Perhaps such dread would not plague me, were I capable of sharing his perspective on the subject.
But I cannot. He and I are too different, in too many ways. I lack his extraordinary genius. I had no illness threatening to cut my life short, no singularity of will to cut away all distractions and focus solely upon research.
I have nothing but respect for his determination. The way he overcame his prognosis and seized the means to transcend death itself. But I'm not convinced that this obsession with living is the right path. That's why I've decided to leave preservation and put all my effort towards building a legacy for the next generation to come. Surely you...
Asshole! We can't trust the anime hentai protagonist hair.
Protocol, you understand. There can be no exceptions.
Look at that fucker. Now the question is who are those two people? Because yes, there's disagreement, but I imagine that she put in some, you know, countermeasures and what have you, so it's not just, you know, what have yous. She only wanted to leave and he executed her? I checked the images against the personal data, and the man who pulled the trigger was Director Demetrius himself. Everything I could find on him pointed to a deep infatuation with Master Calyx. The cameras in this room have been out of operation ever since that incident. Given that the recording was erased, I can only assume that he was trying to conceal his grisly deed from the other researchers. I'm not surprised, given how my parents described their defection from the Institute. The Institute! They spoke of rushing me through a portal, even as preservation's agents closed in on them. I dared not ask what became of them after that, but if it turns out they were captured by their pursuers... They probably were, well, they ended up in the what's-a-mahoozy place, in the Tomorrowland or what have you, so it's very likely that, they were killed and, you know, turned into ghosts. They did not regret their actions. Right, the Echo. Knowing you saw them as they were, your words give me great comfort. Oh, Kryl. Oh yeah, so the Echo is like this weird, like, sixth sense thing into the past. She has an Echo that allows her to feel emotions and things. We, the protagonist, the Warrior of Light, we have the Echo of, blah, 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 brain. We have the Echo to, like, recall events in, like, you know, greater detail. Worry not, Sphene. Thanks to the Haven of Living Memory, I was at least able to meet my parents and learn what they stood for. It is enough for me to carry on. Even now, we don't know how the conflict unfolded between your parents and preservation. But what we do know is that your mother and father cleverly expunged every last trace of their movements. They made sure no one could cross into the source or threaten their child's safety. Right, let's press on, shall we? This tale behind the keys deserves a fitting conclusion. To the director's office! Beep, 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 beep. Start digging in your butt, twin. Where's the... There. Beep, 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 beep. Alright, scanning device, here we go. A scanning device. It awaits silently for a security card with the appropriate level of clearance. Level 3, let's go. Ah, excuse me, nose. You hold the level 3 security card to the scanner. There we go. Let's head inside. Now to find that data relay. And don't be shy, everyone. Speak up if anything odd catches your eye. Grant, come with me. I might have need of that security card. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Damn. This terminal isn't connected to any outside networks, so it can't be the data relay I'm looking for. This office is also smaller than the map suggested. I'm positive we're in the right room. What am I missing? Sorry, Grant. Could I ask you and the others to search the office for any clues to this infuriating puzzle? Okay. Let's see what's in here. Collection of souls may have once belonged to the director. They appear to be empty. Cool. Crumbled note wedged between the file banners. Secure room lift access. Requires password to be inputted simultaneously at terminals in the Proto Lab, the Director Lab, and the Director's office. Cool. And then the beverage. So we need a... Alright, so we need to input a password in like 3 different locations. Amongst other personal effects, you find what is presumably the Director's direct data tablet. A closed locker stands next to the tablet. You pick up the data and begin skimming through the contents. Nothing of note. The mystery remains unsolved. The key triggered an explosion today. Temporary interdimensional portal. Verify. Continue attempts to stabilize the core energy. 13 researchers sustained fatal injuries. Memory faculties of 4 personnel is sufficient to be intact for endless conversion. Remaining 9 designated for aether reclamation processing. Rejected. Nothing of note. Rejected resignation of 2 Milala researchers. Major incident detailed in full report. These 2 inept Milala broke with preservation and absconded with the key. Though the fugitives have since been caught and eliminated, we were too late to recover the relic. The only reason we retained our flesh was to serve Master Calix's physical instruments to conduct his experiments. Deprived of the object of our research, our existence serves no further purpose. I dare not imagine the depths of his disappointment in me. The complex is to be shut down. All personnel will have their bodies reduced to aether. Pangaro! Oh my goodness! Hi, Raiders! Welcome! Welcome to the stream, everyone. My name is Grant. I am a variety himbo streamer. I go through games of nostalgia that I am not personally familiar with, and once in a while I've played some new games, but I'm trying to get away from that. I am currently going through the latest patch of Final Fantasy XIV, the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, complete with a free trial, allowing you to go through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heaven's Ward and Stormblood expansions up to level 70, with no restrictions on playtime. How was Minecraft, Pangaro? I didn't know you were streaming. It going good? Let me give you a clip shout out. It was fun. Do you have any clips? Let's see if there's any clips. Some cool Fortnite. Fair enough. Oh yes, cool. And it's 0 build as well. It wasn't like with the construction and such.
Thank you for the hyper himbo, Omen. I greatly appreciate it.
We're going to miss the Bob Squad.
Oh, so big and strong.
Oh my gosh.
It's from your previous play.
Thank
Nice.
you. Oh, get out of here. Tomatoes throw. What? Bob Squad.
What is it? What is it, Omen? You're doing a 24-hour stream tomorrow to celebrate 150 followers? Hey, congratulations on getting those 150 followers there, Pongaro. Oh, that sounds absolutely fantastic. He's huge? Aw, thanks. So big. So big, so muscly. Bam. There we go. But yeah, I have not done a 24-hour stream before. I think the most I've done, because of working full-time, the most I've done is, hold on, fuck it. Ayo, fuck it. Ayo.
_bad omen with the %Taya % sub.
Thank you, Omen, for the Prime Gaming sub. I greatly appreciate it. You don't have to worry about any advertisement, and you get to have access to all of these cool emotes. You'll probably figure out a favorite at some point. Thank you so much. I greatly appreciate it. Memory data will be archived. Any endless conversions will be subject to Master Calix's discretion. If he does not deem us fit, then we are not deserving of eternal life. Alright, what is the shutdown protocol? All personnel have undergone processing. Once the shutdown protocols have been completed, I will proceed with my own corporeal dissolution. As long as the key remains in the physical world, we must keep this complex in pristine condition. Whether it be needed for experiments or otherwise, it must be ready to support future operations in whatever capacity Master Calix requires. To that end, facility equipment will be maintained in stasis mode. Furthermore, a critical component for secure room access will be stored separately to defend against unauthorized entry. Nice. Can I open the locker? But yeah, so welcome back from advertising. Final Fantasy XIV is about a quarter of the way done. Nice. Best of luck to that. Also, that's pretty decent timing. So, like, you got a quarter of the way through after, like, an hour, I think, or so. So, it might not need to be 700 minutes, depending on how internet access works everywhere else. But yeah, I don't know if you were here for when I first put this together, Bad Omen, but if I put this together, Omen, but when I get hyper himboed and what have you, I've put in like a little voice modulator thing, so then that way, you know, it does a pitch drop, it does like a little bit of an echo, so like, rather than my normal like American pitchy voice, it's more of a, hey babe, thank you for coming along and, you know, saying how cool I am for being so big. So, like, I greatly appreciate it. Holy shit, this man is obsessed. I quietly shut the door. Absolutely hate that. Have you found something? A crumbled note. It explains how we need to use a password to, like, in the 3 different locations. Thank you. A misplaced note, was it? Stan. You like it? Like, here's the thing, is like, I think some people are shocked by it. I don't know how many people are like, ooh woo, love it. You with... who? Who? Who are you talking about? KPDH, who in the world? Genu... K-pop Demon Hunters. Oh, this guy. Fair enough. The fans. I've seen this series. So we've got Mystery, we got... Is Abby the Ab one? Yeah. Yeah, this guy's the Ab one. Pretty good. Baby Saja, Mystery Saja. So, who's gonna be my favorite? Romance is alright. Also, what? Come on, no, just... Mystery is funny. Alan Lee? Who the fuck is Alan Lee? Where have I seen him? Voice the pilot demon appeared. Oh, okay, not important. Romance. Joel Kim Booster. This fucker. Daddy Chung. Oh, yeah, Daddy Chung is unfortunate. So, like, K-pop Chad, are we getting Zeebs into K-pop Demon Hunters? I've already seen K-pop Demon Hunters, okay? I think it's pretty good. I think it was a good movie, quite frankly. Like, here's my thing. Like, I'm pretty sure Zoe's the Korean American. I think Zoe is a cool character. They've gotten, like, you know, the girls in Huntrix, 2 of them are interesting, but the redhead, the one that, like, comes from, like, the one that came from, like, oh, she's the odd one out of her family, I'm like, this is, like, that I kind of, like, I don't really care for, like, she's just the black sheep of the family. I'm like, you know, in order for you to be a black sheep of the family, you need to have, like, an actual objection to their lifestyle or something, or rather, like, if you're just, you know, forcibly, like, being like, oh, I just want to be opposing to them, it's like, I need to, like, that barely means anything to me if I don't know what the establishment is. You can't say you're punk if you're not going to, like, you know, demonstrate that, you know, the care or what have you is the punk aspect. You're downright obsessed with it, autistically obsessed with it. Fair, understandable. It's a good movie. With instructions for accessing a secure room, no less. Seems we need to enter a password on 3 different terminals at the same time. There was no such room marked on the map, was there? No, a precautionary measure, no doubt. And if passwords are involved, I expect the access lift itself is concealed too. Concealed by electrope, you mean? Ah, could it be that wall? I thought it seemed odd when I walked past. Remember what Kaushulia used to say? Never trust an electrope surface. You can pass right through electrope. Truly? It's never had that property in my time. Oh, Grant is having a little fun, I think. What he means is electrope can project a false appearance. Well, I was partially right. In which case, it shouldn't be too hard to disable. Nice, there we go. I've managed to deactivate the projection, but the lock is another story. Didn't the note lay out the password protocol? I say we go ahead and try it. I agree. 2 people should prepare the lab terminals for input while the rest of us look for passwords here in things. I'll take the proto lab, you'll take the duo lab. It might be better if you stayed, Sphene. Your knowledge of Alexandria and its people could be needed here. If the passwords are hidden behind clues, they may... something I can help with. Lived my whole life in Alexandria, after all. We keep in touch via the communicator to match our timings. Here we go. Let's do this! You shall have the honor of entering the office
password. Once we've determined what we need to input, take your place at this terminal. I'll stand by to guide Wuklamad and Krill through the process. You know, there was that display plate over there, the one with the gems. I thought since it was made of electrobe, it might have some other purpose, but I couldn't find any switches or buttons to make it do anything. Maybe you could figure it out. Oh, it's missing a gem. That's why. It's missing a gem, so... Give me a second. We're gonna open up the locker. Okay, never mind. It gave us nothing of note. That's annoying. 2 jewels are embedded in the electrope. You identify the blue gem as a sapphire and the red as a garnet. There are also pieces for another jewel to fill. It's probably gonna be like green or something. Try exploring the immediate or confirming until you have more information. Bring back big Zeebs? It's a channel point redeem, but if you really, really want the big Zeebs...
Well, did that work? I don't know if it did. Hang on a second. I need to check something. No, not streaming. Stream deck. There we go. Alright. Close you. I don't need you. I need the XO Plus. So what's this? This is doing... Oh, okay. I see what it's doing. I see what it's doing.
Alright. So this was just doing voice changes and what have you. If you want to, like, you know, do the thing. Hey there, Karma. Welcome to the stream. If you want to see me hyper himbo more often than the channel point redeems, 69 bits. Shutdown protocol. No. So that's not necessary. I should take a course. One of them may have hints. Use the director's terminal. Select the correct password. Examine the data tablet. Daily reports. 69 bits. Oddly specific. Well, yeah. It's the funny number. 2 million. Details in full report. Try exploring or conferring until you have more information. Both of you are quick studies. I keep searching the drawers of the book and found a cube puzzle made of electrode. It's probably just a toy, but maybe. Alright, time to solve a puzzle. In Alexandrite, they say these gems were treasured in the past in the Name Kingdom. Yay! I need that. You made... Oh, pizza dough. I thought you said pizza do. Like you were making like a pizza Mountain Dew thing. Okay. Weird. But no, pizza dough makes more sense. Alright, so we insert the Alexandrite. Fits snugly. Almost immediately afterwards, the glowing lines that appear on the display accompanied by a short phrase. A floor pan of the thing. As you study, you realize these shapes correspond to the rooms of the complex in which you now stand. Scrolled phrase. Have a look. Alright. Do the do. Heed the stones. This must be about special meaning, Alexandrians. It's an old belief, I think, which means something different. I bet if you ask Seen, she could tell you more about it. After all, even her name comes from a gemstone. Alright, so the Duoto lab has the garnet. The Alexandrite is in the director's office, and the sapphire is in Proto. So, sapphire is Proto, garnet is Duo, Alexandrite is director. Alright, so... You there. The symbolism of Alexandrite represents the concept of protection. It is incidentally also the origin of Alexandria's name. It has something to do with the passwords? I absolutely do think so. Alexandrite is protection. Sapphire is honesty. Garnet is devotion. All right, so the director's office is protection. The proto lab is honesty. The garnet is devotion. All right. Just waiting on their passwords. Let's start with what would she enter? So, in the proto lab, she is so the proto lab is honesty. The Dodo lab is devotion, and the director's office is protection. I'm pretty sure I got that order of operation right. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I did. Hell yeah. It worked. The secure room is the only place we've yet to search. If the data relay is anywhere, it has to be there. We'll venture in as soon as Wooklamat and Krill join us. Yeah, big stretch. Big stretch for the big boy. All right, everyone, time to board the lift and see what awaits us. Big stretch. You know what's something that I want to do with like this zebra? I'm not really great with 3D, but I want to do new shirt design. Like I want to do like a new shirt. Not like texture shirt.
This is definitely what we're after.
But like actual model change.
It is. But whether or not it will suffice for our purposes is another question.
Good question. Yeah, so, because I'm gonna be real with you. Like, as much as I like this shirt, like, and then people, like, see this and, like, they're like, ooh, belly.
The endless
I think I need to be a little more, like, scantily. Like, I can't just have my shirt off all the time. That would be unfair.
Of data, the resultant
New shirt that just says tits instead of himbo?
These data entities, as we might call them, have only two methods for
I wish I had a button to be able to iterate through all the different shirt textures, but I don't have that. Instead, what I have is...
The endless are granted temporary bodies
if this will
through the
do
use
it.
of corporeal ether.
Here we go.
They become much like solid ghosts that one can see and touch. The other method, which Kafkiwa employed, is the remote operation of a machine.
I got all kinds of shirt designs.
But where do you suppose the Endless are to be found when not inhabiting a physical body?
So that does that. That does that. That does this. Oh, I see. So this is like the outfit change.
And if memories are data...
I had to remember what the buttons do. And for whatever reason, Plex started opening. No thanks. In a world formed of data? Camp out Pizza the Hut.
We suspect they reside in a virtual domain, one contained entirely within an electrope-based machine. We've seen such a realm before, after all.
Okay.
Oh, you mean like the Alexandria made from the Endless Fiend's memories?
Like...
It all seems so real.
Here's the thing, is that...
So this virtual domain, it would also be housed within the Meso Terminal.
But how? I thought we shut down all the terminals in living memory.
Where's the... There we go. Raiders! Hi! Welcome! Welcome! My name is... Oh my god, hi there, unnamed. Hi, welcome everyone. Welcome, welcome. My name is Grant. Hang on.
Body in stasis.
Bork. Welcome to the stream, everyone. Hello? Camera? Why is the camera not doing its thing? Hang on. Welcome to the stream, everyone. My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer. No, I'm not gonna wear a bra, DJ. Stop telling me to wear a bra. These are pecs. But yeah, Yin says to put on a bra. I don't have a bra, okay? Stop telling me that. Also, I just realized Bad Omen posted a message that said pizza slut as like a shirt idea. I go through like a whole series of games. I'm trying to move away from playing brand new games, because as tempting as it would be to play like Borderlands 4, Mafia the Old Country, and all that kind of such immediately, I think I would get like lost in the crowd and such like that. So other than Final Fantasy XIV, because, you know, I'm way too deep into it, I go through games of like, you know, nostalgia that I have not experienced before, such as Devil May Cry. In the future, I want to play Gears of War at some point, and Gears of War, or Metal Gear Solid, or Ninja Gaiden. How was the VR chatting, Yeen? I am actually really curious. What clip do we get if I do this? Ding. Boobs! Man, this is an old clip.
Amazing packet loss.
Your boobs were just in the way of the controls, is what I'm guessing from that. But yeah, Grant, you have a spare one you can borrow? No, don't. If you're really committed to the bit, because I had it as a joke. I had it as a joke for a sub goal a while ago, and we reached it. There is a sports bra on my throne. You're welcome to do that as a joke. I would much rather prefer other gifts, but it's on there because fucking Pink and Unnamed, that Yeen and his posse are always like, Grant, put on a bra. So yeah, I will be real with you. If I could have like a 3D bikini for the zebra, I would absolutely be using that in VR chat hangouts during like spa and beaches and what have you. But I am not I'm not 3D inclined. Like, this is the most edits I've done to my zebra, is like small things like this with like, you know, the different shirt design. I then have like, you know, grabbing animations to do this, balding the hair, doing a thingamadiggy with the belly, doing this with the boobs. Ayo. The Bruno one? What Bruno one? I thought you got one already? No. No, I do not. Oh, you motherfucker. Thank you, Pink, for gifting me with the put on a bra dipshit. So yeah. Hopefully you all had a wonderful time over at Unnamed's VR chat hangout as they went to all the different worlds and, you know, just, you know, did like an oh, these, my boobies, my massive fucking milkies. He's at like different places and what have you.
A master of electrope engineering.
And I'm all out of coke.
To partition and protect a sector harboring his own memories is well within the bounds of possibility.
Let us say that the Meso-terminal does indeed contain a second domain, and that Calyx himself resides there.
Oh.
This city, on the other hand...
Yep, there's the email notifications of congratulations.
That being the case, I thought perhaps we could prevent...
The Throne Discord bot was not able to post updates in your Discord channel due to some missing permissions. Yeah, no, because I turned that off, because I'm changing the throne from being a, I'm changing the Discord from being like a wide community server thing to a private server only for friends. At some point, I am going to need to start removing people. I'm going to need to start like actually culling people out of the Discord server that are not friends or acquaintances.
Just as I suspected.
So
even now, security transmissions from throughout the keep
also,
are being tapped
can we
by
get
the
a shout out?
system.
Get the hammer ready then. It's so I can't kick multiple people out in one go. I can ban multiple people in one go, but I feel like banning people from the server would be way too harsh. I feel like that would be I want to do just a kick rather than a ban. Like, I can unban people immediately after banning them and they won't be in the server, but yeah. Like, it's one of those things where I'm probably gonna need like my moderators to be like, hey, I want to do this on stream. Or sorry, not on stream. I want to do this to my Discord, and my only option is either massively banning people and then unbanning them afterwards, which I feel like would be like, because if I ban them from the Discord, I feel like that might do something extra. Like maybe they get banned from like I can't talk to them, like they're blocked or something. I don't exactly want to do that. But if I want to kick them, I have to do it one by one. And there's like 200 people to remove.
I invite you to the upper reaches.
And I don't want to just create a new Discord server and just be like, hey, to the 50 people I want to hang out with, here's the new Discord server. Because, yeah, that would... The posts get deleted too? Yes, that is true as well. If you ban people, it deletes their posts as well, and I don't want to do that either. Kicking won't delete posts, as far as I know. Excuse me, nose.
And if we refuse this invitation...
Oh, my headphones.
I will wait and continue to convert Alexandrians into endless.
So. Thank you, Big DJ. Banning from server just does the server. You're still allowed to chat to them privately. Cool, awesome. But it still deletes their messages from the server if they're banned rather than kicked.
Answer me one question, Calyx. The Endless Fiend. When she was queen, you had her face an impossible task, then manipulated her into using the key when she was at her most desperate. If you can do all that, then why not whisk it away when her plans went to ruin? Why let it fall into our hands?
Because he didn't have control. Or he wasn't awake.
People salt in the wound. That disaster was a miscalculation on my part. As her end drew near, Sphene and her restructured memories had become one with the terminal's control systems. In that singular place, in that singular moment, she wielded an authority greater than mine. Thus she was able to shield you, the neighboring sovereign to whom she entrusted her nation's future, and the hero to whom she entrusted that priceless key.
Excuse me, nose. You gotta lock into cleaning my room. I'll BRB. Not to worry, Omen. Good luck with the Sunday clean. I gotta do that with my apartment too after this, most likely.
Does that satisfy your curiosity?
Oh, please don't tell me I have to piss again.
It does. And I'm satisfied that you will take nothing more from this nation. Not one more life, not one more future, not one single smile from another child's
half
face.
Cleaning, half packing.
You hear me?
Good luck with that, though. I need to find a new place, but like that's a next year problem because my lease ends in February. But oh my goodness, there are so many places where it's like if I want to live privately, there's not a lot of options, especially if I want to have space to stream.
My temper. But there's only one way we can deal with people like Calyx.
Violence.
Whatever grand future he envisions, someone will be made to pay the price. And I won't let that happen.
He's wrong if he thinks he's taken our measure. I'm the Warrior of Light. I have taken on interdimensional threats. I have took on the literal personification of depression from the heat death of the universe. You're moving next week. You're keen, but you're also nervous.
I realize
Look,
it is
valid. You're moving. Like, and you're going like no matter if you're going down a street, a suburb, or a state, it is always stressful. Because you want to try and make it like, you know, moving as much stuff as possible in the one go. You don't want to, you know, stress of like, oh, something got missing in transit or something got broken. Like, you don't want to, you know, deal with any of those problems. So you're doing everything you can to stop that from happening on the first pass. So, scary. Very much so. Okay, I'm gonna take this opportunity to go for another piss break. I am so sorry. Another piss break. I am so sorry. My goodness, like, I don't know what is going on with me. Ah. Very attractive streamer because horse Zeebs. There doesn't need to be quotation marks beside attractive. I am attractive. I am handsome. I am sexy as fuck. Attractive with quotation marks. How dare. Man, no one's ever himboed me? That's insane. Thank you so much, Cat, for the hyper himbo. Look at the size of me.
Oh, I didn't know that was how big you got.
Oh yeah, that's a PNG tuber of like me hyper himbo from What Insomnia. There we go. Ding. Dong. Alright. I'm back. Gonna gradually move in within the week, then do my big move on the 20th. Ah, nice. Phew. Well, that was an adventure. It may not have been by the method Shale was hoping for, but at least now we know where to find Calyx and what we need to do next. Indeed. While I remain cautious about Preservation's research into the key, that is an investigation for another day. Then let's head straight to the back room. We should get everyone on the same page before we make our move. But yeah. There's so many things I want to try and figure out, like, improvements to this model. First and foremost is, you know, I want to have, like, different shirt models. So rather than just having, like, the same, like, t-shirt and such, I want to have, like, you know, something with, like, a little bit of cleavage to, like, you know, incentivize, you know, the people that come here for the pecs, and then maybe, like, you know, a tank top or something. Like, there's all sorts I want to try and do. Damn, that bastard Calyx, he waited until I was this close before snatching away my moment of triumph. That infuriating condescending way he spoke to us. We'll see whose time is up, you smug little weasel. Anyway, I know things didn't go to plan, but we learned a great deal about preservation. That knowledge could come in handy in the days to come. Though I may not be able to contribute much to a direct confrontation, I mean to see this through with you all, providing whatever support I can. Yay. Alright, Sphene, what's your mission? One of our own. Sphene is resolved to take part in the coming battle. Grant, we've briefed Erenvale on everything that has happened and sent word to the others. We've now but to consider what our next action will be. Yeah. Because I like doing texture edits like these. I am a fan of them and such, but I want to also, like, I want to try and, I'm not really good with modeling, and I would like to get, like, new models of, like, you know, either attire or accessories for the zebra. Calyx has offered you the opportunity to confront him directly. And though it feels much like striding face first into an ambush, we have little choice. If we are to destroy the memories he supposedly has stored in the upper reaches of the Miso Terminal, then that is where we must go. While I'm still upset at being deprived of my moment, I nevertheless did my due diligence. I can confirm that the relay we found was indeed transmitting surveillance data to a device somewhere in living memory. When you go to fight Calyx, pray let me fight alongside you. Let me fight for the memory of Otis and Zelenia, and for the other Sphene I may have become, but more importantly, for my beloved kingdom and a joyful tomorrow. If things take a grim turn, I will keep you safe. I shall hold you to that, but I will also protect you in turn, because that is what comrades do. I'll be coming with you as well. You know my reasons. Oh yeah, I already read that. It hardly needs saying, but your fellow Scions also have every intention of accompanying you into battle. So adamant were Alize and the others on this point that they have already left for living memory, and I am more than ready to do the same. Joy! I'll keep patrolling the streets for signs of trouble, especially from anyone wearing Neo regulators. Should you need anything from me, I will be on standby here in the back room. I really want to go with you too, but I know I can't. I know that sometimes you have to be patient and trust in your friends. Excuse me, nose. Oh, Grant. Krill and I think we should talk to Gosan before we leave for living memory. Under Calix's direction, preservation has helped shape Alexandria's society for centuries. Taking him down will have serious consequences, and we need to warn the officials in charge about what we intend. Justifications aside, we shall be acting against the wish of all who desire to become endless. That is very true. Exactly. We don't know if Gosan will approve or oppose our chosen course, but either way, leaving without a word is the worst thing to do. Come, we should be on our way. Resolution first, yes? Be safe, everyone. We'll see you when it's over. Alright. Yep. Speak with Gozan at Praxis Park. Alright, so that's where we're going. Alright, so easiest is to get Tim from Resolution. Ding. Resolution. Oh, there he is. Gosan! Gosan!
I see. A difficult situation.
Ooh, he doesn't like this situation, does he?
In the absence of an official sovereign, I agree that it is not preservation's place to dictate the future of our nation. However, I also cannot simply take a side and declare my support for your efforts to defeat Calix.
Is that because of the new regulator you wear?
I've yet to register it. I find myself caught between the fear of dying and the desire to carry out the duty.
Hi, welcome. Who the fuck what?
My greatest concern is how we should stem this ever-increasing terror of mortality when becoming endless is no longer an option.
Oh, it's an, like...
And that's to say nothing.
You don't deserve that? Bitch, you deserve that. You streaming. You doing the grind. I respect that.
For the very purpose
it gets automatically done because you're one of the people that I've marked as a quote-unquote streamer. So the first thing you say in here, and I'm like, let's give a round of applause like a sitcom when the celebrity like walks through the door or something like that, and then the crowd is just like, woo!
The creation process altogether would render the deaths of their loved ones utterly meaningless. Is it not cruel to rob them of what little solace they could claim, when we have only just learned what it is to mourn? Tell me, how are we meant to overcome such tragedies?
This man is in conflict of,
We stop begging others to teach us for a start.
What? Oh, I almost thought it was like a clone of him because it sounded very similar. But it's just an entirely different person, thank goodness.
For the longest time, we've been protected by Queen Sphene and the systems put in place by our forebears. The hardships and responsibilities of life were distant things, and we felt entitled to our comforts. Even as we barely noticed those who risked everything.
He's wearing Fox's outfit? Oh, this guy!
But no more.
That, honestly?
From now on, we need
yeah,
to learn
I see. I can't unsee it now. That's
how to live with the promise of death.
That's Fox.
How to endure the pain of loss. We may never learn to love such things, but we may learn to survive them.
Good for you, Lathander.
The people beyond the barrier, even the Alexandrians of old, they've all had to live with these fears. There's no reason we can't do it too.
Hell yeah, for hope even in the face of death and the ensuing guarantee of passing.
Malachite called us in, and the Oblivion members briefed us on the current crisis. You don't stand idly by while your house burns down. We came together and thought about how we could help. Long story short, we've decided to join the fight alongside Oblivion. I say fight, but we're well aware of how little use we'd be in actual combat.
A battle of ideas, on the other hand. Now that we might be qualified to do something about. We'll talk to our neighbors and do our best to quell their fears. Convince them to make the most of this life and enjoy all it has to offer. Perhaps that will help to ease your burden.
It certainly will. Even if a few are assuaged by your words, it will make things easier.
Those who have already registered will be difficult to sway, but there are still many who waver. Those are the ones we'll concentrate on.
Gossen, if you truly care for the people of Alexandria, then now's the time to start thinking of ways to prevent more deaths.
But yeah, how is your evening going, Vix? It's probably getting late in the night by now, isn't it?
At the expense of my countrymen's lives. I would regret it for the rest of my existence.
Yes, you would. Yes, you would, good sir. It's about 8:30, so it's not too late. Nice. Okay, cool. Cool. I'm trying to make Sunday mornings the like the stream that would make it appropriate for the Americans to be able to view my stuff.
When the people have lost their way.
So
it falls to the government to support and guide them.
But oh my gosh, I'm still grappling with the idea of, do I want to play Borderlands 4?
Can rise above this sorrow and find its way forward once more.
Like, everyone is playing it now, and I don't want to get spoiled on TikToks or what have you. But it's like, because like I've played through the Borderlands series before I was streaming. I'm pretty sure I even played Borderlands 3 on stream at some point as well. And, you know, it was very mixed, the dialogue in Barthos.
Wasn't what I meant to say was.
Why are you doing the weird? Like,
calm down, Sphene.
There we go.
Lamity, you used her name.
My God, these cutscenes are long. Like, I know there are people who liked, like, there's people both within my circles and within content creation.
Escaped our notice. Yet we also understand that you are not her.
Like, there are people that are going through Borderlands 4 and they would like to do it as a co-op adventure, but it's like, god damn, it's a bit of a buggy mess from what I've been hearing. And it's, to me, in Australia, it would cost me like $90 to play.
Please tell us all about yourself. I imagine yours is a rather outlandish story, but we're eager to hear it all the same. You're one of us, an Alexandrian, and we don't abandon our own.
I know Unnamed, they recently got themselves a new GPU. So they're hoping, like, I think they need to talk to, like, Throne support or something like that. Because, like, there should be a thing where, because of a purchase through Amazon for the graphics card they got, they should be getting a, PC key for the Borderlands game.
I promise to return. And when I do, I look forward to speaking with you all.
Short and sweet. Good for you. Good for yous. Good for yous. Oh, I even got 2 follows. I missed that. Thank you, Squire and Nabo Yabo. Who in the world is Nabo Yabo? Oh, they just insta-followed and then didn't do anything else. Okay. I thought they would send a message. Alright. Sphene! Everyone was so warm and welcoming. Alexandrians are, as ever, a stalwart people. How I'm glad I am to be home. Thank you, Gosan. That decision must have been difficult to make. If only I could claim the courage to do so come from within. The final push came from Alexandria's citizens and their bravery in taking the first step towards change. Speaking of which, can I ask you to lock that Neo-regulator away where no one can get to it? That should prevent the registrations from reaching the target number. I should be able to do so, but I fear it would be to no avail. According to our most recent surveys, the number of Neo-regulators in circulation exceeds the stated 5,000. I surmise the surplus units are to account for those like myself who have made a change of heart or otherwise hesitant to register. Ah, that does sound like something Calyx would do. Well, we'll have to face him either way, so no point in delaying the inevitable. On to living memory! But yeah. Maybe I should make a redeem for, like, you know, forcing a shirt change. So... because, like, I have to do it manually still, but...
things seem much the same.
like, if I, like, at some point, I need to figure out a way in Vignon to be able to do do a texture change automatically. It doesn't look like there's explicitly a way to do it, other than, like, you know, creating, like, a whole series, like, maybe just creating a whole series of shape keys that do an animation, but I'd rather not do it that way, because then you just have, like, all these, like, I like the Unity, like, you know, UI method of, like, having a button doing the shape, doing the, material change rather than an animation. Because if I do an animation, I have to do it for each of, like, if I have to go to scale with all of the different textures that I have or I want to make, it's going to get a little bit crazy.
You'd be telling them much the same if you were here. I suppose it falls to me now.
So yeah. Maybe an animation has to be done that way. Oh look, there's this little keychain of, like, his mom. His mom, like, turned into an endless at one point, and so that's like a little memento to remember her by. Alrighty. I need to head to... oh my god, it's so expensive. Yes, I'm gonna use a teleportation ticket for this one. I don't know why Menemo has to be so fucking expensive. Y'shtola, baby! Ah, 'tis good to see our comrades hale and girdled for battle. As for us, we've been ahead to inspect the lay of the land. There were no changes of note, aside from with the meso-terminal itself. Why, what happened to the meso-terminal? The wall has receded to provide a convenient entrance into the structure's interior. There were no such ingress when last we were here, so we must assume that Calyx has since manipulated the terminal's electrope. All to facilitate his most gracious invitation to the upper levels. An invitation I am eager to accept. For the sake of all who love Alexandria, I will not yield nor leave him to despair. Direct hit, right. I believe everyone determined to be here is present and accounted for. Shall we make our way to the terminal? We wouldn't wish to keep our insistent
Sipping Time
hosts
sponsored
waiting.
by B1G_DJ.
Big DJ! Thank you for the sippies. Actually, you know what I should do? Hang on a sec. Let me go to SpeakerBot really quick. Users. Where is Big DJ? There you are. Nickname. Big DJ. There we go. That way it should be a thing of like, so what happens if I do you know, repeat the thing? Water Cloak! Thank you so much for the follow, I greatly appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully you're doing alright. We're going through patch 7.3. I know I'm like maybe a week or two behind everyone else, but I need to do my, I need to keep up to date with these things. I know I tell myself, you know, not to play brand new games and what have you, but big horse. Look at him. Look at the big striped horse. He like me. For real, for real. Look at him. He like me. For real. Look at him. Fucking majestic. Look, Lamont, here we are. Hi. Well, here we are again, facing another battle to decide Alexandria's fate. For 4 centuries I slept here. Upon waking, I found the world as I knew it had changed. I was so frightened at first. I couldn't recognize a single thing and thought everything I loved had gone to dust. Yet beneath the unfamiliar surface, much remained the same. For that, I give thanks to Otis and Zelenia and their royal knights who lay their lives on the line to defend our way of life. I thank every Alexandrian who believed in our future and passed on our legacy. I thank my other self who so loved this kingdom of ours. And I thank you for kindling this hope in my heart, this courage to take up arms and fight once more. So let us make our stand together and fight for what we hold dear. Ah! There's a real fossil called the Triassic Cuttle. 2 animals, a prototype mammal and an amphibian fossilized together, but it's not a predator-prey thing. The 2 unrelated species were sharing a single burrow together to survive the mass extinction event. They died in the burrow, being fossilized together, cuddling for safety. Aww. Morbid, but very, very wholesome to hear. The kind and gentle Queen Sphene was too weak to serve her people, and so she will serve them no more. God damn you. Flashing back. Freed from her conscience, I shall become a ruler that can protect Alexandria. A devourer of worlds. If you are a devourer, that is not, that's not how you want to do these things. We will rise to the challenge that the endless Sphene could not. That we shall. Her wish to see Alexandria endure is one I am happy to fulfill. Let's head inside and finish this. In the upper reaches of this terminal awaits the device which holds Calyx's memories. It falls to us to make the climb and destroy it once and for all. Aye, we must bring matters to a definitive end. We will not suffer him to cause Alexandria further harm nor claim the key. The Queen entrusted it to Grant for good reason, and besides, 'twould be a tragedy indeed to relinquish a relic with so much research potential. Apparently, Calyx thinks he's taking your measure. I urge you to correct that misguided assumption. I wholeheartedly concur, yet would still counsel caution that he would be so bold as to extend us an invitation bespeaks tremendous confidence in his preparations. We're getting to a big battle! Can you feel the hype, chat? Come, friends, we set forth into the myths of dreaming endless. Can you feel it, chat? The Miso terminal is now available. All right, so what? Zoe is just a... Oh. I can't believe Sphene is just like a normal Zoe Mancer. That is kind of funny that they're just called a Zoe Mancer of all things. Okay, so I need to be an average item level of 720 and I'm 733. Excellent. Actually, hang on. Before I do that, I'm gonna have the advertisement run right now. And God damn it, Couch Potato! Now there's an advertisement running. You raided just as there was an ad running. You might be dealing with ads. Now. Welcome to the stream, everyone. My name is Grant. I am a variety himbo streamer. No ads? You got no ads? Nice. Congratulations to you lucky raiders who don't have to deal with advertisement. My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer, normally catching up on games that everyone else has been playing and, you know, trying to avoid picking up new ones as I go through the critically acclaimed MMORPG, Final Fantasy XIV. The potatoes love you. The potatoes? Captain Potato loves me? That's so nice. What were you playing? Friday the 13th. How was Friday the 13th? Did you have a wonderful time? I hope we had a wonderful time. So yeah. Sting, Dong, Sphene, form a party. So this is one they automatically assign. So Grahatia is the healer, and then Wooklamot is going to be a thingy. You came recommended by Jess Passenger. Hey, I know Jess Passenger. I know that bear. They're a lovely bear. Thank you. If Passenger is here, thank you so much for the thank you so much for having your you know, giving a recommendation here. Thank you. So yeah, hopefully you are having a wonder. We back? Welcome back, everyone. All right, we should now be good for going into the Miso terminal. Let's go. Let's do it. Fight. Win. So yeah, I ran the advertisement ahead of time, so then that way we don't deal with advertisements for the next half hour, which is probably going to be however long it takes for me to go through the terminal. Oh my god. But yeah, considering I have NPCs being like the party members and such, I'm gonna have to be very mindful of that. But I'm the tank. As tank, I lead this party.
Ah, you've come. I'll begin by wearing you down.
You know what? Let's see how they do with like a full group of them. Okay, it's probably been a hot minute, but honestly, I should be able to handle these guys. Plus, I'm getting cured by, what's Mehuzi? So, Grahatia. So I should be relatively okay, all things considered. So long as these guys actually do, like, AoEs. It's hard to tell if they are. You got bloodwetting, you're fine. Yeah, I know I got bloodwetting. I forgot I had it on Control 4. I utilized Shake It Off instead, like an idiot.
Take this!
But yeah, oh my goodness. These NPC are relatively slow. There we go. Shake's good, it's got a nice reach, and it does, and it's like a... It's... Oh, so it dispels things with the increasing damage absorbed by 2% for each effect. Oh, okay.
And survive, and so forth. Here, I shall prepare the stage for battle.
Let's get rid of these. My magic people are probably not appreciating the amount of, Oh, wait, no, hang on, this one. There we go. Bloodwetting. I need to remember that bloodwetting has, like, a relatively short, cooldown. So long as I can keep it up.
Something special for you.
I wonder if DPSs have a like a funner time with NPCs than tank or healers. First mini boss. Nah, DPSs can't multi-pull because the tank will die. Okay.
One who saves lives should be reluctant to die.
Oh, hang on. So that thingamadiggy is gonna go... Oh, okay. not doing too hot. Okay, cool. I figured that one out relatively so. Oh, cool. It tells you like the little casting things on the top of them now as well. That's cool.
Just the beginning.
I've got you now. Oh, they use like a limit breaker here. I'm gonna be real. I would have saved that limit breaker.
No matter. It served its purpose.
Mystic something or other is a wrapping. That honestly is not great. I want tank stuff. I need different earrings. That's what I need. The earrings are like the weakest part on me right now, and I need new earrings. Memory ring of aiming. Not what I am after. Shit.
Hold on.
So far, so good. Oh yeah, I am very much focused in this, by the way. Sorry that I'm not like super chatty while I'm trying to do the tanking. This is why I'm himbo. I need to figure out which one, like, all my guys are aiming at.
Next, we visit a prison of sinister repute. I need not compel them to fight.
So he's just doing all kinds of different memories of like, oh, shit was bad in the past. Shit. Slaying.
Brace yourself!
These guys have AoE often. But thankfully Grahatia is keeping me alive, which is very appreciated. Prisoner, die already. Thank you, Passenger, for recommending people here. I believe he is here, lol. The games were good. I enjoyed playing an old personal favorite. Love the game, but I enjoyed everything. Fair, fair. Streaming is fun where it allows us to do that.
These are loyal executioners. They shall deal appropriately with criminals.
What the shit? So there's 4 of them I have to deal with. Great.
Your sentence is death. How long can you defy it?
And I just wasted my what's in pieces.
Criminals may run, but they cannot escape.
Are you fucking serious right now? Low blow? Oh, he fully... Oh, what the shit? That wasn't good. Alright, so...
Your sentence is death. How long can you defy it?
Oh, it's interrupt that I want. Interrupt is what I want for the thing, not stun.
Criminals may run, but they cannot escape.
Interject. Domination, because it should be physical based. There we go. God, how is this guy still alive? I've done all sorts of nonsense. Die already! help Sphene here, or? There we go. Like, all these NPCs didn't think to run in and help Sphene? You need a PNG from me? You need a PNG. What PNG do you need? I hate to break it to you, but I have like a library of PNG renders of my Zeebs, both safe for work and not safe for work. You're gonna need to be a little more specific in your idea. At some point as well, I want to do a render of my zebra, doing like a domain expansion, idle like, you know, idle deathless gamble or whatever the fuck the one is called. I finally got around to making a jumbo standee for your, for my fake desk, so you're actually fit and not to be so you'd actually fit and not be short. Nice! Wait, I'm gonna need to read that again to understand the context, sorry. I am so... I'm dumb. So you've made a jumbo standee. Okay. Whatever. And this is so that I would quote-unquote fit. The little plastic character stands is for like D&D and decoration. Ah, okay, okay. I got several. I have several you can choose from. Excuse me, nose. But yeah, I can provide several different kinds of PNGs. So I can go with a normal, just a standing one, and like, you know, posing, or me jumping with a hammer. There's all sorts available. I am a bored zebra, okay? Like, there's all this creative juices in my brain. There's a reason why ERPing like happened in the past when I first joined the furry fandom.
The desperation will serve well. The enemy is at the gate. To arms, good soldiers, protect your kingdom.
Allow me.
Go, and then I have the opportunity to do this, and then this.
Now I'll show you.
There we go, and then ding.
Hold on.
Dong. Ding. Dong. Come on, DPSs, do your AoEs. it would represent you on a row of friends, so whatever you feel would fit. I'll give several. Don't you worry. You'll have options. My bad.
Back off!
Annoying that I've not... Cookie for Fizz Tiger! Here's your cookie, Fizz Tiger. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing alright. Oh, excuse me. Throat. Okay, no coffers here. Dun, 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 dun. Ah, we're in a new section.
If one by one they fall, I'll set...
Ah, big stretch!
Recall...
Big stretch for the big boy!
Death. And...
excuse me.
Rise to defend your nation, your people, and your loved ones.
Oh, what?
Oh, that's not Eternal Speed, that's someone else. Thank you for the Hyper Himbo Fizz. I'm gonna need it as I deal with the memory meld.
Rise and meet the foe before you.
The memory meld.
An amalgam of memories. Let us see how it fares.
Thank you for the follow, my muffins. You got muffins?
It is the midst of the storm surge.
Barely have an understanding of what happened.
Countless lives are lost in the senseless conflict.
Although I lucked out.
The war swells in scope and intensity.
Take this!
Rain down without pause or mercy.
So he winds up, and that's his Yay for arm's length. Oh, Jesus Christ. I moved too soon.
The spark of life is dimmed with every blinding flash.
Yeah, it's the Final Fantasy. And I just did a home gang when that wasn't necessary.
Death is everywhere, pillaging the promise of the future.
just got the vulnerability off me, and lo and behold, I get it down.
Allow me.
Going off my voice? Because I'm hyper himbo, there's a bit of a pitch shift that goes off. Big stretch! Stretch for the big boy! Duty complete, let's go! Did it! Oh my goodness, we gave ourselves a triple problem. Nice. Mystic. Oh my god, that was terrible. That was absolutely terrible. No tank gear was dropped. Shameful. So shameful.
Sipping time sponsored by Big DJ.
There we go.
The endless he sent against us. They were from the time of the storm surge, before I was placed into stasis.
As far as we know, the only sector to escape the shutdown was the one containing Calix's memories. Assuming a chronological system, every other memory stored in that sector would belong to people who lived around the same period in history as he did.
Calix, how long have you pursued this madness?
Probably for a very long time, for years now.
We seem to have exhausted his defenses for the moment. I say we take advantage of this lull to press on.
Excuse me.
Calix!
Well done. I commend your perseverance. The entirety of my memories are stored within this device.
Oh, joy!
In the early stages of endless creation, we established several core tenets. One is a prohibition on memory duplication.
Oh, thank
Despite
goodness.
the inherent risks, I agree and abide by this. Memories are the essence of the self and should not be diluted. We each have our goals. You seek to destroy your target. I seek to reclaim the key.
What do you think are the chances that he's gonna break his own, like, tenet and duplicate his memory before he, quote-unquote, dies by us?
Do not doubt that we are here to fight, and I do not mean to lose. Yet, as one born of the same era, I must ask, why do you pursue your evolution with such fervor? What do you hope to achieve with this eternal existence?
Your question is meaningless. I have ascertained a superior path to mankind's preservation, and that which must be done is that which I can do. What other reason do I require? Surely you have seen it. Traditional survival strategies are at odds with an increasingly complex society, leading to a breakdown of order. This course promises no liberation from pointless conflicts or inane tragedies. Physical traits do not represent the limit of our potential. Why then should we relinquish that potential when our hearts cease to beat? I realized it was past time that we corrected.
I'm no longer big. What a shame.
Nothing more.
Even then, you were always so single-minded. I too have a vision for the future, and your plan is not a part of it. I won't let you harm another Alexandrian.
Then fight we must. Thankfully, the entity I now summon will make short work of you and your comrades.
A summoning.
Oh boy! Who are we gonna fight?
What now? What was that?
Oh, we're gonna be summoning like some shard of Sphene.
No, something else. I feel so cold. So weak.
Oh!
Across Alexandria, a certain emotion is taking hold.
Did he just grab fucking,
Death. Terror for the eternal darkness that will...
Fuck! That's from... Did he just grab what's Meteora from Endwalker?
Allow me to introduce it to you.
Solo! Hi! Welcome, Raiders!
I got it! I got one! 4,999! That's how many people he said they were up to!
Welcome everyone. Hi, Wolf Raid. Welcome. I am...
Now to register.
Medion, that's... So, I did... So we're about to get... So we're in the middle of a cutscene right now. Sorry about that. But... Are we about to face off against Medion again?
Don't touch me now. I'm free of all that crushing fear. Forever.
This man is crazy.
Congratulations to all who have acquired a Neo-Regulator.
So he's got an...
We have reached our total of 5,000 registered users. The day of deliverance you were promised will soon be upon us.
Deliverance!
I'll give it back!
I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
Only 5,000? So more than 5,000 regulators were sent out.
You think that's what I want?
But 5,000 registered regulators, like, I think they're used to start something. Like, he only needed 5,000. I think he's doing some sort of summoning. Like, he isn't saving 5,000 people from death. He's exploiting them.
Remember your fear of dying.
Oh, that... Ooh.
That terror will carry you across the threshold, make of you an endless. Your prayers will birth a miracle which commands death itself.
They're summoning. This is a primal summon.
What in the...
Oh. "5,000 Alexandrians of a mix of different aether alignments."
What's going on?
But yeah, I recognize the the fucking like ending what's Mahuzi.
Securing the requisite ether is simple. I need only reroute lightning energy from living memory. Then I encourage the populace to define its form through hope and thought and prayer. Such an abstract method, however, is rife with unpredictable elements. What I wanted was an entity that could defeat you with utmost certainty. To that end, I set strict parameters for a concept of my own design.
Own design?
It was a laborious task, one that required almost more time than I had.
That fucker.
But I managed it in the end. And now, everything is in readiness.
How similar to Depression Medion is it gonna look? So yeah. 5,000 souls and lightning energy from living memory to create.
What is that?
Okay, that's not what I was expecting.
A primal summoning, and one defined by a concept, no less. How did he learn such techniques?
Keep these close.
Oh. Oh!
That is a false deity, brought into being through the prayers of the desperate and the hopeful. The talisman...
That's a callback from Endwalker, when they created the talismans to stop the final days nonsense. This is created by Dynamis in a way. Oh, this fucker with his fucking writing tablet.
Mean to stand against me?
Hell the fuck yeah. That design. Okay, if it's in reference to an existing Final Fantasy, I do not know it. The only Final Fantasy I know is this one and like the first few few chapters of Final Fantasy 16 and then a little bit of Final Fantasy 15. Necron. Wait, are you talking about like Necron from Warhammer 40k or are you talking about a different Necron? You have much to answer for. Necron is the final boss of Final Fantasy IX. Ah, cool. Yep. It's oblivious to me. I have not played any other Final Fantasies. I need to find the time to play them at some point, though. I want to go through Final Fantasy I and work my way back through them. The Ageless Necropolis. During this quest and when using the duty, you have the opportunity to undertake this trial with a party of some of these will differ from those they are normally able to select. Fair. 63 parties looking to do this thing. Wondrous Tales. Alright, cool. Ding. Let's see how quickly we insta-lock. So it says less than 5 minutes. Let's see how we do. But yeah, I've never played Final Fantasy IX before. I have not played any of the Final Fantasies other than this one, Final Fantasy XIV, Final Fantasy XV, well before streaming, and like the first 5 chapters of Final Fantasy XVI. You need to get me to play 6 and 10? I've got the first 6 Final Fantasies, and I'm pretty sure I have a PlayStation copy of Final Fantasy X and X-2. And then there's obviously, because of the PlayStation Plus subscription, I've got like Final Fantasy VII Remake. There is no X-2? Pretty sure there is. Hang on a second. Give me a minute. I'm pretty sure if I look in my drawer of... Final Fantasy X and Final Fantasy X-2 HD Remaster. You know what that sounds like? That sounds like Final Fantasy X and Final Fantasy X-2. That's what it sounds like. There is not X-2. You can't stop me from... Look! Velk. When I went through the Devil May Cry series, did I avoid Devil May Cry 2? No. Did I avoid the DMC reboot? No. Am I going to avoid Final Fantasy X-2 because, you know, people are going to be like, oh, this is my favorite franchise. Every game is a banger. And I'm like, cool, I'm going to play every game, including this one. And they're like, do not play that game. Possibly. I think the strangest thing about Necron was he really comes out of nowhere. What, this one here? The personification of fucking death and despair? My goodness, it shouldn't be like it's not like midnight or anything. It's like late night. It's like Saturday night. To get 100%, you cannot skip a cinematic and you have to metagame. Otherwise, bad ending. In a JRPG? Heavens. God fucking damn it. Everyone is ERPing on these servers. Alright, I'm gonna go piss. Hang on a second. Chat, keep an eye on the what's-the-mahoosie, the clock. They're dry. All right, I'm ready. There we go. I had to watch. He still got his weenie out as he runs back. I was going for a bathroom break.
Don't make me send you to Jesus myself.
Hi there, Blue. Welcome to the stream. Do you recognize this, do you recognize this fella?
Those who obstruct evolution shall suffer the rotting fate of all flesh.
There we go. I'm gonna let the,
By the limits of flesh, it will betray you. Drag them to their graves.
oh shit.
There.
Oh, someone's already died. That's not good. Majima!
Do you not see? Death is upon you.
Oh, okay. There we go.
Perhaps this.
God damn, that was a... What the fuck is that?
Kill them.
Alright, so he draws Aether.
Bothersome. Kill them.
And then Aether Blight, which means we be away, is it? Yeah, okay.
Fear compounds fear, eroding your strength.
Oh, what the fuck? God damn the fucking orbs. Oh shit, sweet Jesus.
I will reduce you to ether. You will.
Is this an appropriate time to be fishing, Sir Dragon? Oh, fuck off. Rising near death now?
Accepting death is the greatest sin a life can commit.
Oh, come on. Serious?
The endless darkness engulfs you.
Oh, meow. What is going on? Wait, did we die? Oh.
DJ demands you drink.
There we go. Hope! I am no longer doomed!
Still alive. But there are ways to change that. There. Those who do not resist death deserve it.
Yay! I'm beating his ass. I'm doing my best. Oh, what the shit? There's two? So wait, what?
I am prepared for you.
Crop rotation. The shit is that?
Kill them.
Season of Light?
Fight, if you must.
Dance macabre.
There. You struggle in vain. Once the terror takes root, it will only continue to grow. Kill them. Fear compounds fear, eroding your strength.
I am so focused right now, like you wouldn't believe.
I will reduce you to ether.
Come on.
Those who do not resist death deserve it.
Come on. Yeah! Woo! Score! Crop rotation is a term used for farming. I am familiar with crop rotation in real life. I had no context for what crop rotation meant in the Final Fantasy IX nonsense. Oh, they all left before I could... Darn you. I received 1 commendation. Strike it down, Grant. Break your limits. I did my best. Don't Nibiru me, Blue. I succeeded. I tanked that shit. The warrior endures.
Is it over?
Also, aren't you meant to be streaming at this hour?
The memory bank.
Pretty sure you're meant to be streaming at this hour, Blue.
Thank you for the hyper himbo, though, Sir Dragon. I greatly appreciate it. I am strong.
I invited you to destroy it. I did not say I would let you.
White bitch. You pushed it back. Ah, okay. Fair enough, fair enough. Because I had the plan of, like, because if you were starting at, like, noon and what have you, I'd go, like, a little bit past noon, and then just be like, surprise, and then, like, raid into you, so... But, yeah, doesn't look like that's happening. Is he just summoning it again? After we just defeated it 1 time?
What did you do to it?
The ignorance is almost laughable. You do not understand that you yourselves are to blame.
Are you serious?
You brought death to my creation. What do you suppose happens when a being manifested by the fear of dying experiences that terror firsthand? It grows stronger.
Oh, this fucker metagaming magic?
I feel like you're... that same weakness.
Zeeb smash. Zeeb strong.
It will rise again and again.
Zeeb will fight this nerd one day.
The world has been drained to its last spark. You fight a losing battle.
God damn you.
There's gotta be a trick.
Harnessed in this manner, does it not demonstrate just how powerful mankind's aversion to death truly is? You will not prevail against this foe. I, meanwhile, will continue my crusade against mortality. So long as our memories endure, we may live on. That is the promise I offer.
Also, if you're immortal, like, why do you still look sickly? Your memory, like, the memory of death still haunts you.
So long as our memories endure. This is wrong, Alex. You twist the meaning of those words. They are not meant to teach the living that physical death is nothing to fear.
Oh, I need to see if I can...
They are meant to offer comfort to those we leave behind. I know that litany all too well. I heard it time and time again over the course of the war.
Darn it, I was hoping to do like a proper bird then, but...
Help me, Shale. I must speak to Alexandria. Make my voice heard.
Oh, I see. She's gonna make it so that she can speak to the disenfranchised.
Nahe, don't you recognize me? Nahe!
Oh, look, there's Skyfox. Slyfox.
What's wrong with them?
Excuse me.
What will become of us?
Fellow Alexandrians, please, heed my words.
Alexandrians.
What now? Another broadcast?
I know that voice.
It's Queen Sphene.
Death can be frightening and terrible. I understand the desire to forget, to seek eternal life and be freed from fear. Yet, we live in this world in the here and now, the bearers of memories varied and rich. Our worries can weigh heavy, and there may be nights when the darkness feels like more than we can bear. But if we can endure those dark hours, the world will always brighten come the dawn. And in the chill of that new morning, will the memories of loved ones be there to warm us and carry us forward? So do not forget their passing. Let them be our courage. Fear not a life well lived. For one day, the memories we leave behind will be the warmth another needs when their morning finds them.
Guessing a Sonic? Let me guess. You're pregnant. You're married. You're dead? I don't know. I'm very bad with guessing things. I have always made it a case where, more often than not, if someone asks me to guess something, my first guess is always going to be, you're pregnant.
What is this reaction?
Oh my god, this man. Honestly, this child prodigy needed a girl. He needed to get out more often. He needed to touch grass.
Eliminate her.
Fuck off. You do not get to do that. Yeah!
No, you don't!
Oh, it's a Gerton SP. Nice. There are several people in this chat that I'm pretty sure are one of those kinds of people that are like, not with that attitude. We don't have to do this fight all over again. We're just watching the NPCs.
Leave the primal to us. Hurry and take care of that memory bank.
Yeah, my girl. Realizing that he might, like, his memories might fail him. Oh no, she bleeds! Oh, Clement! Don't die on me! We literally just got you in this expansion!
I gave her my word!
Don't you dare sacrifice yourself!
I would protect her people!
And we will protect them! Together!
Voice actor kind of falls flat. There's a little bit of an issue with that. There was that kind of commentary, which isn't great.
Like that was a concern people had from like the, you know, from the main expansion. And apparently they did re-recordings because like while most of the people who have already done the recordings are in like the UK and what have you, like the English speakers, she's over in the States working remotely. So she's had like a slightly different like people have managed her differently in getting her voice lines and such. So they've done fixes and what have you for the main expansion, but it doesn't seem like as if they might have done more for the patches that we just recently got. Yeah! Me! The Warrior of Light. Come on! Break that shit! Seriously? Is he like speeding up that much? Ooh. Hopefully I got to it in time. It's either exploded because of me, or I only got the exterior out of the way. I swear to fucking Christ if you die.
Careful. You're badly hurt. You'd be lucky if you only broke a bone or two. It won't be long until your fever rises. We need to see you back to Tulayolo and into the care of a chirurgeon.
I kept my promise.
Thank you, Lamati.
Yay! We went through that. She has yet to regain consciousness, but worry not. Lamati will be fine. I've been in touch with Val Koona, and he has made arrangements to convey her home. By which he means to come and fetch Lamati himself, apparently. Given the extent of her injuries and extortions, she's likely spend many days abed. Oh, Wooklamat. You just can't help yourself, can you? Like a certain someone. That said, we can't have it done without you. And once she had the barrier down, you saw to it that Calix's stored memories were destroyed along with the memory bank, which means preservation is no more, I pray. I do not believe him on that one. This is patch 7.3. I imagine there's like 2 or 3 more patches we need to go. There's gonna be something out there. No longer will Calix dictate the course of our people. No longer will our grief be locked away or forgotten. The freedom to feel joy and sadness, to feel all that we are meant to experience is in the hands of Alexandrians once more. I can never thank you enough. When we are rested and ready, we shall have to conduct a thorough investigation into how Calyx came to know that summoning ritual. Aye, for where there are primals, the Ascians are ne'er far. God, I thought we took care of all the Ascians back in Endwalker, frankly. And we must consider that those who were offered up prayers during the summonings may very well have fallen under the entity's sway. I shall wait here with our patient until Val Koana arrives. Feel free to go on ahead and attend to Alexandria's needs in the meantime. Yes, we should get going. I'll contact Shale en route and ask for an update on the situation in the city. Hi, Nightman! Welcome to the stream! Shall we make for the outskirts first, then? We can check on things there before heading into Everkeep. Do I get anything done in my journal? No, I do not, which is a shame. But yeah, I'm pretty sure... Where's my return? I'm pretty sure, like, there has been, like, there's been re-recordings of, Wooklamot's, VA lines, patch comparison. Like, someone has, like, not between Ian. Where is it? So, re-recording. Is there a way of comparing? Is it? So, short comparison if I...
Is this a rift in reality? Has she lost control of the power? Sting! Listen to me!
Yeah, that was flat as fuck. Like, that feels flat.
I understand. I do. And I know that you won't be swayed from your course. But if there's truly no other way to resolve this, then face me. Not as a machine, but as the real you.
Also, I should probably, like... Hang on, let me see if I can lower the volume of this thing. Give me a second, give me a second. There we go, so let me... So as you, like...
Listen!
Like, so we had...
Sting! Listen to me!
Like, and then... After 7.1...
There! A rift in her reality! She's losing control of the power!
How real that was?
Sting! Listen to me!
That's better. Like, that particular line there was a lot better.
I understand! I do! And I know that you won't be swayed from your course! But if there's truly no other way to resolve this, then face me! Not as a machine, but as the real you!
Yeah, it's much... So, here's the thing, is that, So, here's the, Oh, Zelfa HQ has done what has gone wrong. Like...
How's it going,
Here is... So, here is my opinion on, also let me just raise the volume back up again. But yeah, so, it's taking me years to get up to this point and what have you, and, like, I don't know how many people, like, I remember going through Stormblood, and I was not a fan of the, I was not a fan of how there was like, oh, we have a war on two fronts kind of thing going off. And it didn't really have it didn't have a good pacing of, oh, we need to do something about this side and then something on that side. It was very, very lopsided Stormblood, where it was like, oh, we have an initial push from the European side into Russia, but then we really quickly transition to, oh, let's not push from that side that is opened up. Let's instead go to the, like, you know, the China-Japan side. I push into Russia kind of thing. And we spend so much time on that side gathering allies and all this kind of nonsense that I was like, oh, I guess we're going through here, and then the next expansion we go back over to the original side. Nope. They made it so it's like, oh, we pushed from China's side and such. Within like 10 missions, we already, like, after dealing with that side, after dealing with the conflict from the Eastern Front, we then jump all the way to the west and plow through that faster than we did on the east side. And I was like, what? I felt so much out of it. This expansion, the Dawn Trail expansion, the whole point of this was like, oh, here's a quote-unquote summer vacation kind of expansion where you're going into it where someone has asked you to be part of their adventuring party to help them like you know, win the tourney that was going to, like, you know, settle who was going to be the next inheritor of the throne or something like that. I thought that was really cool, and I was like, we're gonna get some really interesting stuff of, like, you know, coming into, like, you know, how to deal with, like, a native side that didn't have, like, the Garlemald's fucking them up and what have you, and the conflict there, because, like, one of the sons wanted to go through we're gonna start a glorious war. Grant is still streaming. Yes, I'm still streaming. Like, we're gonna go through like a glorious war of conquest and something like that. And then someone was like, let's make Tuliol great again. And then there was another one that was like, oh, we should be, you know, we should be focusing on, you know, ending our reach into not just, you know, maintaining culture, but instead learning from the exterior and bringing their technology into us and, you know, all this kind of nonsense. And then Wuk-Lamat was like, no, we need to be celebrated of our culture and remember that we are not like one nation, but in actuality, like, you know, 5 or 6 tribes and all that kind of nonsense brought together with a common purpose. Like, it would have been really good having a full-on expansion of that. So we had that, and then halfway through, we solved that, and then we were now into the, hey, we have another, like, you know, reality-bending fucking disaster about to unfold, where this came from, like, the place that we're in right now formed from another shard. So, yeah. This had the same problem as Stormblood, in my opinion, which was we had a story on 2 fronts. We had the story about succession and what it means to lead a nation with differing opinions from like, you know, the inheritors. And then all of a sudden we went from that, like some, you know, very interpersonal kind of conflict, which is kind of important when you have world-ending stakes and what have you. When you raise the stakes, the only other way to move on from that is either raising the stakes again, which, you know, runs the risk of you jumping the shark, or you settle down and you deal with, like, the problems that you didn't think of that were, like, you know, very personal and very small, like, scope. Instead of going for the world is ending, you instead go for this person's world is ending. Look at that index finger, stab with it, I'm sure. Stab. But yeah. Grant, everyone has been teaching me what it means to be enthralled by a primal. The outskirts seem untouched by trouble as far as I can tell, but what if something awful had happened? Deep breaths, Fiend. Erinville and Shell have brought me up to speed. First off, just as we feared, those who adopted the Neo-Regulators appear to have been enthralled. So far, however, they've not shown any hostility towards others. I suspect this was due to the calming effects of your broadcast. Government administrators are presently working with the rest of the citizenry to bring the afflicted into the care of the authorities, and I am happy to report that this seems to be proceeding in a largely peaceful manner. Which is all well and good, but the city officials are understandably requesting an explanation of events. Raha, Krill, would you be able to handle that? Certainly. We shall return to aid with the treatment efforts forthwith. Meanwhile, might I suggest you looking on the people you fought so very hard to save? It may ease your mind to see the fruits of your efforts firsthand. Thank you again. How very fortunate we are to have you as our allies. But yeah, I feel like the problem I have with this expansion... What do you think of the new iPhone Air? It's an iPhone. I'm going to allow that. Hi, Izzy. Calling Blue a gay boy. How goes the days? We may now enter into the blades in waiting. You are not. Mayhaps I will take you up on your suggestion. Only I am concerned that given who I am, approaching those unaware of my return may only serve to confuse them further. Then why not speak with Mausa? She works the fields at Yoyote's Halo, not far from here. As one of those who came to see you off before our clash with Calyx, she will surely be glad to know you are safe and sound. Nah! I'm here to show support. I'm personally annoyed by MMOs. Look, fair enough. Like, I think what's the point to make the phone so thin? The point there. Okay, so someone had the intent, like, because of the popularity of phones that fold and what have you again, especially ones with like a seamless hinge, so then that way the size of the phone doesn't just turn into, oh, here's two phone screens. Instead, here's one bigger phone screen. Everyone is looking to the iPhone Air, and they're understanding that a majority of the stuff for the phone is sitting on the bulge of the camera. Now, what people are seeing with that is this could, because of Apple doing that kind of nonsense, it might open up the engineers and the design to be able to not only create the iPhone Air in the next generation, but perhaps start making foldable iPhones where instead of having to come up with like a clever means of, you know, holding the electronics across like 2 different regions of the phone, they instead hold it on only one region of the phone. They've hit a zenith where nothing new can happen other than incremental improvement. That's why thin phones. That's why folding phones. Yeah. No, you can't cut paper with this. Oh, you could try. You could be like slice ice and like, you know, make it a rough cut if you really wanted to. But yeah. But yeah, like, here's the thing. I'm still enjoying Final Fantasy XIV. Like, considering I've gone through A Realm Reborn, I have gone through Stormblood. Like, this is not a bad expansion by, like, you know, like, I feel like if someone's saying this is a bad expansion, it's like they're kind of having a bit of a revisionist history. Hi, Fizz. They've already got the 17 Pro Max on pre-order. Damn. Look who it is. Good to see you again, hale and healthy. I am sorry we did not get word to you sooner. How is everyone? Well, nothing terribly befell us as such. The Neo-Regulators crowd did all start acting strange at the same time, though. Pepoe was one of them. I'm told the authorities are tending to him at a medical facility. You needn't worry. With the proper treatment, we'll soon have everyone back to their normal selves. I'm glad to hear that. I'd like to not lose any more friends if it can be helped. I also hear that the Queen's Fiend, who tried inciting us to become endless, turned out to be an imposter. What kind of heartless villain preys on people's insecurities like that? You can refine it into a better glass rectangle, but it can't be more than a glass rectangle. Yeah. Like, I feel like one of the, unfortunately, like, one of the, paper give a cut or airphone? What? I don't understand why people like folding phones. It reminds old folding phones that were in my childhood. It's just, like, people like folding phones. And what's more is, it's one of those cases of, like, if you are a woman, or you identify as a woman and go into the women fashion and what have you, you don't get the benefit of a pocket that's going to hold bigger phones, but you want the larger screen. There's definitely a translation where someone picked up that you could start watching porn on phones, and so the screen started getting larger with it. I bet you someone's made that. I bet you someone's made that chart. But yeah, here's my thought. The only way we are going to get, like, a really big change in terms to, like, you know, the smart devices and what have you, isn't on a singular device. It isn't going to be on a singular device doing, like, augmented reality. We've seen how people have, you know, shit on the Google Glasses. Meta has, you know, collabed with Ray-Ban, but they're just, you know, glorified, you know, earpieces, camera lens thing. They're nothing special doing augmented nonsense. What will actually be a better direction that smart devices will do is that rather than trying to have, like, one device do everything and be the central hub, instead, we're gonna blur the lines of ownership so that rather than having one device holding your music, holding your camera, holding your map, holding your contacts and, you know, timers and all that kind of nonsense, instead, you will start having, you know, your phone will still be a phone. It will still be used for, hey, here's a thing for your calls and text on a general, like, tablet and what have you. But what will end up happening is you will start seeing televisions tied into the, you know, the iOS ecosystem or something, or rather, where it's like, oh, your phone will be the remote for this television instead, or your phone will be the controller for these cameras. Your phone will be a key. Like, the purpose of the phone will be seen less as a device with, like, accessories and what have you, and will more be seen as a phone with keys, so to speak. So your phone will be less of, like, an independent device and more of a controller. Women aren't allowed larger pockets, so they get, or no, they get bigger pockets. It's cheaper, Lamau. Yeah. First time hearing that women aren't allowed large pockets. There's the reason I came to that logical fallacy is because, like, you know, I have not seen a woman argue that pockets are an okay size. I have not heard someone saying the pockets are fine or the pockets need to be smaller. No, pockets need to be bigger is what I hear. Yet, despite the dangers to yourself, you and yours made sure to put a stop to it, if I understand things correctly. Then we owe you a debt of gratitude. It's up to each of us now to make the most of what you've given us. We're alive because of you, and while we live and breathe, our future is yours to decide. Your broadcast was a message of hope, for me, for everyone. Now, I really should be going. We still have to keep things running without Pepone and the others, and the outskirts need all the spare hands they can get. It's more that women's fashion brands tend to make pockets on women's clothes and bizarrely small under the misappreciation that all women have handbags and want to have handbags. It also incentivizes women to purchase accessories and what have you. Like, that's the thing, is that the fashion industry, it's incentivized for you to, like, you know, buy into more things. Is there anything I might do to help heal the enthralled? Quite a lot, in fact. I could very much use a mage of your ability. Actually, this would be a good... Oh! Pink tax. Yeah, speaking of pink tax. Fun fact. There was a time where shaving products were inherently a men's only thing. There was a time where it was like a men's only thing, and then I think it was Gillette started they started advertising like beauty standards, or it's like, oh, women, you need to be doing this. Men want smooth legs. Men want to see smooth ladies with no blemishes. Get yourself a razor, woman. Like I'm fairly certain there has been, like, whenever like brands have picked up that they've, you know, captured as much of the audience as they can within the demographic, whether it be age or gender, normally they will then look to another one to try and exploit, you know, something about them. There was time when only one shaving thing was an axe. That was well, there was more than just axes, but yeah, anywho's. Round up other arcane practitioners and teach everyone how to use the pork seas. The knowledge will come in handy for treating Levin's sickness as well. Wonderful! I shall petition Gosan to spread the word. I thought they think women have generally smaller hands to place in pockets. Nah. Our outskirts tour is cancelled, 'twould seem. But yeah, when you look at history and what have you, like, brands are exploitative. By the way, Grant, Alphino told me that Koino arrived to escort Lamati back to Tuliol. Alphino himself will be returning to Alexandria momentarily, so between the two of us, I think we can sort out the treatment arrangements, given all that I had in mind to ask you a different favor. Would you mind looking in on Gululja? According to Shale, he's been running around the kingdom, determined to personally solve every problem. There's no reason why women's pockets ought to be smaller. After all, it's not like Samsung Galaxy S25 phones are getting any smaller or just for men. Anything you can think of will inherently be stupid. Yeah. Last she heard, he was pitching in over at the Drift Downs with Aaronville. If you ask Tapu, I believe her name was, she should be able to point you in their general direction. I'm just running around catching up with people, it seems. Alright. Yeah, cool. Alright. Mount time. Mount up. Oh my god, it's a fucking mech! Look at this thing. Also, check this out. Turns into a fucking helicopter. But yeah. Listerine used to be, like, advertised as a cure-all, like, way back when in the Wild West age. But then there came a point in time where instead of being, you know, advertised as a cure-all, did you get to the locker yet? I've already opened up the locker and seeing, like, the crazy nonsense. Ding. Donk. You've missed out on a number of things, Sonny. I have taken on something called Necron. I have never played any of the other Final Fantasy games, so Vix knew exactly who that creature was. I had no fucking idea. Tapu! Looking for Gululja. He was here, asking if we needed help with anything, or if we noticed anyone who may have been acting strangely. He sounded exhausted, so I told him we were fine for the moment and insisted he take a rest. I can only hope he will heed my advice. I believe he ran off towards the ruins of old Alexandria. He always did seem to like it there. Necron is a Final Fantasy IX boss. Nice. There is so many games that I want to go through. Like, Borderlands 4, I don't currently have. Gears of War, I do have because of the Game Pass. Hollow Knight, because I've never played the Hollow Knight series before. Metal Gear Solid when I'm done with Devil May Cry. There's just Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy, because I've not played any of the Final Fantasies. I've got the first 6 games. 7 is on the PlayStation thingy-majiggy, so I just need to find a way to play 8, 9, and then I've got 10 and 10-2 over on a disc. But yeah, how's it going on your side, Sonny?
Oh, welcome back.
It's been a trial, hasn't it?
We heard from Kona. He said that Lamachi is in no immediate danger and should make a full recovery.
You're doing okay? You're just vibing for the rest of the night? Fair? Fair?
Vow of resolving.
I'm just trying to get through this patch currently.
Resolved to be as reckless as ever. She might spare a thought for us helpless spectators from time to time.
You and Lamachi and all the others fought so bravely for Alexandria.
I think this is like the 9th mission, but I don't think it's the last one because normally the last mission is like the name of the patch.
I was useless, even with the king's authority.
Don't beat yourself up, kid.
If I were strong, more people might still be alive.
Okay, that's also true, but don't beat yourself up, kid.
But I'm weak. So weak.
Those who know weakness first often become the strongest.
That's right. And you have your whole life ahead of you. We all start somewhere.
Not sure if you're a crybaby like me. No, well, I can emphasize, like, empathy is definitely in me, but autism makes it so that I'm not, like, super expressive with, like, emotion and what have you, which is a little unfortunate. Like, when people are like, oh, in order to, like, you know, do the VTubing thing, you need to exaggerate your emotions when they come and such, I'm like, I can barely do that. I can barely do that. So I don't know how to force myself to be sad when I'm feeling sad. I don't know how to force myself to be like I can kind of do like angry and such because that's just scrunching up my face and what have you. But I don't know how to be like I don't know how to, you know, be sad like expressively. I don't know the muscles.
Odyssey swords. I asked Lamachi to bring them here.
His father was a brutal dictator, by the by.
I've decided to train under a Landsguard soldier and become a swordsman.
You are barely a teenager. You are like 10 years old.
Commitment.
I'm still not sure if I want to be the King of Resolve, but I want to be strong enough to protect the people I love.
Good for you.
So I'll train as hard as I can, and then I'll come back here when I'm ready to take up these blades. That's the path I've decided on.
Good for you.
Good for you, Kululcha. I look forward to seeing your progress.
When I'm bigger and stronger, you'll spar with me, won't you?
Kid, if we sparred, I would be winning every time. Thank you both for listening. I'll take it one step at a time and stick with what I know for now. Like cooking the meals that Otis taught me and keeping everyone's bellies full. How does that sound? Sounds like a fine idea. Everyone's been working hard, so I'm sure a good meal would be much appreciated. Nice. Well, I think we've passed a milestone here. What about the back room? If you haven't already, I'd expect Shale and the others would appreciate you stopping by to say hello. Let's see. Oh, back room. Yeah. Solution 9. Here we go. I'll just teleporting around and such. I've got the gill. I can do it. But yeah, I wish I could be more, like, expressive with, like, emotion and what have you, but, like, I'm not perfect that way, alright? Like, this is one of the downsides of, like, you know, just introverted autism and what have you, is that, like, it takes a bit of understanding. It's a learning development on, like, how do you express what you feel? And how do you exaggerate the expressions of feel in order for it to be conveyed in like, acting. No judgment from me, darling, you're valid. Thanks. Grant! Oh, thank the stars you're safe. I heard the reports, of course, but there's no substitute for actually seeing it. Welcome back. We have so much to thank you for. The promise of tomorrow. Okay, that's the promise of tomorrow. This is the final mission. Now that everyone's back, I say we pause a moment to savor what we've accomplished. We've been through much in these past days, haven't we? That's an understatement. We've seen the end of a days-long struggle for Oblivion, and for myself. Kaguya and Geode would be happy for us. Oddly enough, fulfilling our purpose has somehow left me with even more work to do. The government has tasked me with conducting a more complete survey of the containment complex. Ah, the preservation facility. That lab where they studied the key certainly demands further investigation. I can understand how these experiments may have led to the discovery of reflections, yet they fail to explain Calix's knowledge of primal summoning. I fear that he and his hunger for interdimensional travel were only one facet of a greater puzzle. There's still someone, or something, out there that may pose a threat to us. In any case, I think it's prudent we secure ourselves a spot in Shale's next expedition to the 10th level. Right. I have a meeting with city officials to attend. 'Twould be cruel to leave Raha to answer their barrage of questions alone. I should return to my work as well. My first job will be to analyze the data we pulled from Containment Complex 1029 and locate other facilities of interest. I can only hope the information we uncover will serve Alexandria and the future we want to rebuild. Whatever we end up finding, however, it likes to take some weeks to put the city back to rights. All these ambitious plans aside, I think you've earned a rest. Don't you? Our break room is yours to bunk in for as long as you like. Say the word and I'll help you settle in. Yes, we got a place to rest in this area rather than going all the way back to fucking... Hopefully this is actually like a way to rest here and not go all the way back. Ready for a cot and a fluffy pillow? It will likely be some time before the city returns to normal. You may choose to remain in the back room and watch over the proceedings. Yes, please. Several weeks later. Good for them. Several weeks later.
Ah, what an absurdly long report. Even working together, it took us an age to finish.
Your fault. Bureaucracy is not for me.
Well,
I am willing
fair,
to comment on it, but nothing
absurd
further.
Series of events.
You could say it was a bizarre adventure.
The mystery behind Grandfather's letter took us further than we could have ever imagined.
Truly. It feels like a lifetime ago that it all began.
Right then, one last bit of proofreading.
Oh, they're all British, by the by.
Where was I? Ah, yes. The chaos which had gripped the Kingdom of Alexandria was slowly but surely giving way to order once more.
You think in a city of technology and shit, we wouldn't have, like, pen and paper. We'd just have way more tablets for, like, writing and such, but maybe the British are old-fashioned that way.
Conducted by Oblivion was one of the primary factors contributing to this recovery.
You love how they got American VAs for the Shaloni characters? Well, yeah, if you look at a map, it definitely looks like America.
Allowing for a comprehensive study.
I'll need to get the map up when we get out of here.
Function.
Oh.
Thus have we come to understand that memories pertaining to the deceased were not erased from the minds of the living, but in truth, merely locked away.
Oh, interesting.
One's memory were to be avoided, as inconsistencies would arise during endless conversion and cause instability.
Interesting. Because they made it sound like as if the memories, because of everyone connected, were getting pulled into a central database.
Would be a simple matter of transmitting a signal from the Meso terminal. Acting on this discovery, the Alexandrian government announced plans for a memory restoration initiative, open to willing participants.
Oh, that's gonna be cool.
This reignited the discussion surrounding mortality, as people continued to debate how best to face the inevitability of death. No matter the answer at which they arrive, it is certain to herald a major shift in the nation's philosophy. Yes, that matches my understanding of events. Excellent work, Raha.
I'm glad it serves. Shall we make our way over then?
Ahead of the memory restoration, officials requested the assistance of those familiar with the processes involved. So it was that our party and Sveen, who had eagerly volunteered, accepted the task of escorting the city's representative to living memory.
Before you go, we just wanted to say that we haven't made this decision lightly. No matter how frightening or painful they may be, we need to face our memories. Not only to honor those who are gone, but to make whole those who are still here. So no second thoughts. We'll be waiting.
Nice.
If anything tries to harm you, you knock it flat. Come back safely, our Sveen from another time.
It's just like an ancestor Sveen.
Be safe! I'll see you soon.
So sweet of you, but you needn't worry. I'm in very good company. thank you all for your well wishes.
Meanwhile, at the Legion of Doom...
Despite the disruption caused by the Dome's arrival, the people in the surrounding region have since reclaimed their normal lives.
Catboy. Those peeps as well look very familiar to another shard back the first shard back in Shadowbringers, which was a really nice callback. This here Wild West territory.
The Tural which Galul Jar Jar united is nothing if not resilient. The winds of change are fickle. A sudden gust, often the bearer of challenging trials. But so too do they spur us onward, keeping our feet ever moving along life's path.
I love how most people here are like machinist or gunbreaker. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, it's been a while, Zha Zha. He's over in Alliance Raid.
You'll soon be on your way to Yaktel then.
Yes, we've just come from making arrangements with the dirigible master. Preparations for the flight are still underway, so I'm doing a little sightseeing. My gratitude to the Landsguard for providing us with the permits we need to visit the Skydeep Cenotaph.
Of course.
I've not done the second part.
A direct request from the Vow of Reason. Our vigilant comrades at the gate will see you safely through.
But yeah, he was an asshole when we first met him, and now he's going through a redemption arc right now.
Wooklamart isn't here, of course.
Knowing our luck, she's gonna crash through the balcony.
She's still convalescing, I take it.
Indeed. She's presently confined to bed and permitted no visitors. Weakened as she is, we cannot be too careful.
Okay, maybe not.
I can scarcely sleep at night for the worry.
Oh my. Please, forgive me. I hadn't realized her condition was so serious. I pray she makes a full recovery soon.
Sorry, I just needed to quickly snooze a, because I'm feeling like there's still more cutscene to go, and it's gonna take more than 5 minutes.
What a rare pleasure this is!
Hi.
Is something wrong? Your friend looks like she had some bad news.
She wanted to see a friend who isn't here.
She wanted to visit the Vow of Resolve.
And there's little reason she couldn't have.
Is there something you wish to say?
I see. I'm glad there's nothing terrible afoot. And yet, where there's a need...
Oh my goodness, these shrewd businessmen.
Sorry, I just remembered a pressing errand. Let's talk again soon.
Out with it. What do you got
The
planned?
Alexandrians, I understand, have teachings similar to that of the Yokui. Our flesh may wither and die, but so long as we are remembered, we are never truly gone. My father's last words. I've long considered their meaning. The living can find strength in the memories of those we've lost. They can help us rise to meet our trials in the present. That was certainly true of myself. So I have faith that the people of Alexandria too will be stronger for their grief.
It may be as you say. If we did not remember our lost siblings, we would not be where we are now. Or be who we've become. We all have memories like that, I bet.
Okay, I thought we were gonna see Wook Lamont on a balcony or something like that crazy, but I guess not. Back in living memory, then.
Well, we made it. The journey was so smooth as to be almost disappointing.
Yep.
I can only agree. Especially after our first visit felt so
Big
fraught
stretch! Big stretch for the big boy! Ugh.
It's the curse of experience, my friends. Before we know it, the extraordinary becomes everyday.
True, even in real life.
Life is an accumulation of such things, both the happy times and the sad.
Right. Let's go over Shale's instructions on performing the memory restoration. The first step is to reactivate all the terminals at the same time. This will supply the ether necessary to operate the equipment, without creating any new Endless, of course.
Ooh, okay. I remember it was
Once
like...
things are up and running, we use the Meso terminal to transmit the signal and unlock the sealed memories.
To my understanding, I thought we couldn't
There
turn
are
them back
5
on. It would
terminals
take
in
way too
total.
much energy.
Might you lend us a hand with one, Sphene? Yes, I can do that.
Not to butt in, but would you mind letting me take it?
Wook Lamont! Yay.
Chi.
Should you be up and about?
She snuck out.
I'm fine. My worrywart of a brother exaggerates.
Of course he does.
Mablu came by to fill me in on your plans. After that, I couldn't stand being cooped up a moment longer, so she helped me sneak out of the palace.
Brother's gonna be upset. He's gonna be very upsetty
So
spaghetti.
glad to see you're well.
Sorry Kona made you think I was at death's door. I was keeping up with reports and know what's been happening in Alexandria. I made the decision to erase the Endless, and bore witness to their final moments. And though it's only a tiny fragment, their hopes live on in me. I feel responsible for making sure that they're remembered, that their legacy is passed on. So please, let me help with sending the signal.
You've made a convincing case, but do take it slowly. The way is not without its perils.
I'll be careful. Thanks.
Very well then. I leave these tasks in your capable hands.
Finally. I still worry that when we unlock the memory, there's gonna be like someone having like a real scream, and we're gonna have like a weird like thing happen. Will this restore, like, the environments? Ah! Even with glasses, I was still getting blinded! Nice. It's not perfect, some glitches here and there, obviously, but...
Was the sight we saw no more than a trick of the light? Or was it a gift? The Terminal's parting miracle? But those days are gone. We chose to move forward. We hold fast to our memories of sorrow and of grief. That we might live full in the present ere the time of departure comes.
Sipping Time sponsored by Big DJ.
Let's go home. To our beloved Alexandria.
Oh, this is a lot smoother. There isn't as much, like, crazy artifacting in the air this time. I just know someone's gonna scream. Someone is gonna have their memories unlocked and they're gonna scream, they're gonna cry. Okay, no screams. That's positive.
Mother, you protected me. I remember now.
In soft golden light, the memories of the lost returned. There to be clutched tight by loved ones, never again to be surrendered.
Sorry, I just got goosebumps.
I am humbled by all you have done in service to our nation. On behalf of its people, I offer our most heartfelt gratitude.
We were only too happy to help. There are still problems left to solve, of course, but you've taken an important step forward.
We have. It's as if we were frozen in time, but now the ice has begun to thaw. Alexandria will thrive again. Mark my words.
What will you do now, Sven?
Ah, yes. Well, that will depend on Gossen. With your permission, I wish to continue living in Alexandria. Those dear to me laid down their lives for this nation in bygone days, and I fought alongside new comrades to defend it. I would continue serving it if you'd let me. So please, accept me as one of your citizens.
That will not do.
He wants her to, like, rule or something like that, not just be a citizen.
I suppose my presence would cause too much confusion.
Now hold on a moment. You have to reconsider. I'll vouch for her myself.
Oh dear, do forgive me. I've caused a misunderstanding. What I meant to say is, it will not do for you to be an ordinary citizen. The people have been most insistent that you take your rightful place as queen.
As queen?
Yep. Lord knows,
When despair held us in its thrall, it was your voice, your words, which led us to salvation. We would not ask that you perform the same duties as our previous ruler. The structure of both government and nation is to be re-examined and revised such that the burden doesn't fall upon you alone. If that is acceptable, we implore you, please live among us and lend us your gentle guidance. The Alexandrian monarchs of old cared for us and fought for us. And you...
She's stunned. She wasn't expecting to be queen again.
But I...
Ah, look at the silly cat.
What of Galulja? You have him, don't you?
Galulja wants to train to be a Landsguard.
Alexandria has 2 thrones to fill now. What one ruler might struggle with, the 2 of you can accomplish together. Galulja's still young though, so don't expect too much of him just yet.
Excuse me. The voices of the past will be your guide.
Yes. Yes, you're right. For centuries, my other self bore this tiara, and with it the hopes and dreams of Alexandrians.
Neat.
I will not let them go unanswered. I will heed the wishes of the people.
Is her memories about to get unlocked when she puts on that thing?
Alexandria as my foremost purpose. I accept the role of Queen of Reason.
It's not an easy road, but we'll walk it side by side. That way, neither of us gets lost.
Oh yeah, so there's resolve and reason. So, Galulja will be resolve and she will be reason. Unfortunately, I cannot stop that advertisement.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you for your kind encouragement. Wuklamad is right, ours will not be an easy road, but with your words to lead me strength, I shall take it one step at a time. And Tulio will be there to support you. Speaking of which, I should get back to the palace. I'll make my next visit an official one. No sneaking out under Kona's nose like this time. The vow of resolve and reason will both come, and we can discuss our futures together. This is how Dawn... Okay, Sunny, like, controversial take. I think Dawn Trail, like this half, like this 7.3, I reckon Dawn Trail should have ended at the halfway point. We should have had patch content of 7.1 to 7.3 being the whole, you know, Galulja's father, you know, trying to invade Tuliol and what have you, and then the next expansion is when we go into Alexandria and such. That's my personal opinion. Shall we? Well, I believe this marks the end of my role as guide. I was intending to accompany Wukmuk back to Tuliol. But what are your plans, Grant? Didn't you have other matters to attend to in Alexandria? Kona's been wanting to thank you properly, but with everything going on, he hasn't had the chance. Please come back with us and I'll hear the end of it. Sounds good. Speak with what's Mahuzi at... Nice. Heading back there. You got sent a commercial hell the moment you said that. I'm sorry that like an advertisement had to run. I'm sorry to say I couldn't delay it any further. I'm sorry. But yeah, my personal opinion about this patch personally is that, or not patch, sorry, of this expansion is it should have been 2 expansions, not 1. Like we should have had a lot more time in hang on, let me just go. We should have had a lot more time in Yokturol, in Dawn Trail, and only in patch content do we get, like, you know, a little bit of Zokturel, and then it's only in the next expansion that we get the Unlost World and yada yada. That's my opinion. I feel like it was trying to do too much by having, like, you know, the interpersonal story of Wuklamot and the ascension to throne, and then, you know, we're back on the trail of like, hey, we need to, we're back on the trail of like picking up like saving the world and such. I wasn't a fan of that. The saving the world thing should have been its own expansion, not the second half. It's good to be home. Thanks for coming along. I just got here too. The Landsguard said my training would begin right away, so I'll be staying in Tuliol a while. We believe in you, Galulja, and whether you need advice, your aunt is always happy to give it. Oh dear, our vow of resolve is out. Reason is out of sorts. Look at him. He's a wet cat. He's a wet cat. Can you blame me? Lamati, you were supposed to be convalescing in bed. So, you would study the ways of the blade, Galuja. Is it not allowed? I will admit you're training on one condition. You only practice swordplay in the presence of a grown-up. Yes, Koana, I promise. It won't be long before you're good enough to train without a minder. You take too much after your sire and grandsire for that. Wait, so if you're back here, does that mean everyone already got their memories back? Not everyone. So that was that. My days of meddling in Alexandrian affairs are over. It's all turned out for the best. The former queen really did love her people, and it's wonderful that her love lives on in Sphene. It truly is. With that love as the foundation of her rule, the new queen will be a font of hope for Alexandria. Still, this patch was super good, and yeah, no, I'm enjoying it. I think it was pretty good. There's no better way for her life and legacy to forever endure. You'll be heading back there, won't you? To Alexandria? I won't pretend that I fully understand the workings of the key or the reflections, and I know I couldn't have stopped Calyx without you, nor fulfilled my promise to the endless Sphene. Thank you, Grant, from the bottom of my heart. Be sure to come and visit us again in Tulial. You'll always be welcome here. It's time I move on myself. Once I've made the necessary preparations and arrangements, I will embark on an extended journey. Well, I expect my days will be filled with administrative duties. Much as they already are, I am hoping to compile a comprehensive history of Tulial, however. The tale of our beautiful and resilient nation should be preserved for the future, with each successive generation adding their own chapter to the saga. I think I've learned to be happy with who I am, Grant. Even when I make mistakes, and cry, and look silly. It's all because of the amazing things I've seen with you. They remind me they're always tomorrow. Becoming the King of Resolve is not something I need to think about until I'm older, but my father's authority did pass to me, so until that day comes, I'll study and train and do the best I can. You've really come far, Glulja, and you'll keep on doing us proud. I'm sure of it. I guess you have to go now, so be safe and enjoy your travels. We'll miss you. Send our best to Sphene and the others. So yeah, no, in my opinion, I quite liked this patch. I think, I'm still feeling as if Calyx, we're not done with him yet. I feel like it's a bit, I unfortunately, know how, pattern, I'm way too recognition of patterns and such, and I've not seen, video games being done, in this MMO space with, only, 3 patches. I really do feel like we're gonna see, Calyx or some facsimile of him again. Grant, you're here! Solution 9 is one of Zendaya's attacks on Final Fantasy IX. We were just discussing what it is to be done after the coronation ceremony. Our heretofore isolated kingdom must join its peers on the world stage. The fact that Alexandria is, or was, a nation of the Ninth will be the cause of some consternation. It may smooth introductions where the Scions provide an explanation for its arrival in the source. Rest assured, Sphene, Etheri's leaders are well accustomed to hearing Alphino's reports on fantastical events. Once again, I am in your debt. I dredge to imagine what might have come to pass had you never come to our aid. I had other news. Those who participated in this memory restoration have expressed the desire to hold a funerary service. Rather than suppress their grief, they would embrace it, creating in their hearts a place for gentle remembrance. We have yet to hammer out the details, but I was thinking we might host this service on the highest level of Everkeep. Ever since my time, we have believed that the departed continue their journey beyond the clouds. The heavens! Seems very fitting for Alexandria. I'm gonna get myself another can. Hang on a second. Turns out I need a piss as well. God damn, I've needed to piss so many times today. Yes, I hope that from such a place our prayers might be heard, a wish for our loved ones to soar, forever joyful and free in the heavenly expanse. After so long distancing themselves from the realities of death, the Alexandrians are to be commended for their courage. Yes, 'tis a tremendously brave thing they're doing. Perhaps our hearts can never capture a memory as perfectly as data in a file. Excuse me. But what precious recollection do we keep will guide and sustain us as we fulfill the promise of tomorrow. Cue the title, Promise of Tomorrow. You've busy days ahead of you, Your Majesty. Oblivion stands ready to pitch in as needed. Oh, and what of my investigations, Shale? I hope you've left some time in your schedule for me. She really wants to figure out how to get to the first shard and such. Do you recall my first tour of the city after I woke? It was so strange and frightening, but I've only grown more at home ever since. That I now feel a part of this new Alexandria is in large part thanks to your patient guidance. And so I will remain. Should you ever have need of my aid with anything at all, pray, do not hesitate to ask. Some few of us will stay here a while, as it happens. We've made several interesting breakthroughs and have no shortage of mysteries into which we would delve. Then be welcome as honored guests for as long as you like. You are, and always will be, my cherished comrades. Nice. Yeah! The Promise of Tomorrow orchestral roll. Woo! Oh, you fucker. You fucker. God damn you, Calyx. Oh, is he real? We're giving him fucking PTSD, and we're doing it with our fucking shades on as well.
This is absurd. I have neither heart nor lungs.
Oh, okay, so he's still like a data thing.
I was overconfident. Prudent course would have been to wait until I'd calculated an insurmountable advantage.
Okay.
A rash decision. One perhaps influenced by the others and their developments.
Or maybe you're too emotional in your data.
But no matter. Learn from this setback, and next time...
Like, honestly, I think this kid...
Next time? How much time and effort did I pour into this master plan?
This kid, I think, doesn't understand, like... Oh...
I had...
You had to be a genius, didn't you? You had to be a prodigy, but you had to be so dumb.
Those imbeciles and their damnable heroics.
That is an Ascian. There's no fucking denying that fucker.
Detected the stench of failure already, have you? Such a keen sense of smell.
Which one is he, though?
Yes, I will give my report, as is protocol.
What?
Be sure our winter peers are apprised of the details.
Winterer. What? Okay, so to my understanding, there was like what, 14 Ascians or something like that? Like those, like, you know, Xenos and Hephaestus and all the people. If none shall know eternity, what waits for those who hold the key? Bum, bum, bum. Yeah, they're like, there was like, I think it was like 13 or 14 of them. Like, that's because there's like the source, and then there's like 14 shards, so I think there was like 15 peeps. Calyx demonstrated knowledge of both primal summonings and concepts. Discovering such techniques through independent study would be nigh on impossible, so we must assume he had a mentor. But how are we to learn the identity of this beneficent teacher? Hopefully, some hint is found amongst the remnants of preservation's work. To be continued. Cool. To be continued. So yeah, where is the book? There is, hang on a second. No, not companion. Collection? Here we go, the unending index. So the final days, nope, that's not what we want. Crystal Tower. Here we go, the reflections. Though few are aware of their true nature, these worlds exist in parallel to the one in which we live, the Source. In order to weaken and imprison Zodiark, Hydaelyn mustered her strength and sundered the very fabric of reality, causing the world to be split into 14 shards, akin to identical diluted images. Being reflections, the geographical features of these worlds are naturally similar, akin to observing the original through a looking glass. But over the course of millennia, the people of each have lived desperate lives and histories. And some varieties have manifested in the environment itself as well, since the reflections were birthed forth. 7 have been lost, sacrificed in the Ascian's quest to restore the ancient world. I reckon there was like... Yeah, no, I need to... Like, here's the thing, is we could easily, like, read through this. Here we go, the Ascians. Throughout history, Eorzean history, whether it be in folklore or myth, there have been scattered mentions of dark-robed figures known variously as Ascians or Paragons. With their twisted words, they would incite strife between peoples, or indeed entire nations, often escalating hostilities by instructing the beleaguered inhabitants in the rituals of primal summoning. While this portrayal was not inaccurate, it was not the entire story. In the course of their efforts to counter the machinations of the Ascians, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn came to understand the true nature of their enemy. They learned that the Cabal was comprised of 13 prominent individuals, 3 unsundered survivors of the Convocation of 14th, the council which has orchestrated the summoning of Zodiark in antiquity, and 10 sundered souls, fragments of members restored to their former offices. They were known as Logrif, Mitrion, Emet-Selk, Peshtetoroth, Fandaniel, Altima, Halimert, Nabrarothul, Egeos, Delphilon, Emerolith, Laha Brea, and Elidibus. These positions served as both name and title, for should an Ascian fall, another bearing a shard of the same soul would be found and raised to the vacant seat. The Ascians' ultimate purpose was nothing less than the restoration of their Dark Lord Zodiark and the resurrection of their ancient brethren. Such miracles demanded they sow chaos in both the source and its reflections, that they might cultivate the conditions for cataclysmic rejoinings. Only then would Zodiark be freed of his chains, and the souls of the modern age be worthy of offering up. Okay, so. Alright, so the three Unsundered were, as far as I know, Elidibus, Laha Brea, and Emmett Selk. Those three we have already defeated. Fandaniel we've defeated one time. I think we've met Ultima and Logrith at some point. Mitron, I'm not too certain. So, like, it could be Helmarut, Nobrails, Igyorth. Like, we still have a number of Ascians. And what's more, yes, the 3 cores are, like, potentially gone, but we still have, like, 10 shards. And to my understanding, like, each of those shards can have, like, not only would they have, like, you know, a What's-a-Mahoozy in the source, but there's also, you know, the other 14 shards. Nobrails was destroyed in ARR. Oh, okay. Concepts. Persons. Alright, so there's Xenos, who was, you know, so there's Fandaniel, the Ascian, so we've already killed him. There's Emmett Selk. And then we got someone named Zero. Interesting that, What's-a-Mahoozy isn't here. Alright, back to Emmett Selk, a man whose true name was Hades, mighty sorcerer of Eld, who became Solus Vos Galvus, founding father of the Garlean Empire, who threatened the world as the most dangerous of foes, who stood at your side as the most dependable of friends, an ancient who clove to his ideals to the bitter end, a man who rendered up his all for the people he loved, a man who once lived. Cool. Fandaniel, one of the Sundered Ascians, first appeared before the Warrior of Light in the body of the late Ascius Brutus, though, like those of his brethren, his name is in fact a title, one of the exalted offices of the Convocation of 14. Yeah, so Fandaniel, there was also a shard of Fandaniel that existed as well. And then something else. Oh, sure. In a moment of madness, Hermes allowed her to pursue her designs and erase the memories of those who knew what awaited, his own included. The mankind might be put to the proof and prove themselves capable of change and thus worthy of survival. Ignorant of his deeds, Hermes went on to oppose the final days with all his being, as he himself had intended. His knowledge proved instrumental in foretelling the final days and the formulation of the plan to sacrifice half their numbers to manifest the mighty Zodiark. The first primals served to shield the star from Metion's Song of Oblivion, but would later be sundered into 14 parts alongside all creation by his counterpart, Hydaelyn. Ironically and forcibly erasing his memories, Hermes engraved them deeper upon his soul. In the millennia that followed, the cycle of death and rebirth would lead him to recall the forgotten truth, that the architect of the apocalypse abated at the edge of the universe. One of the incarnations who indeed inherited a shard of Hermes' tormented soul was a man named Amon, a brilliant technologist who rose to prominence in the Alesian Empire just as it was failing in decline. Yep. So we fought against him. Founding father, that he might restore. So seeking return alternate, he set it in motion that would lead to the Empire's undoing. But before Alag was considered to oblivion, the Ascians, wishing to make use of Amon's singular talents, called him to serve as the new Fandaniel. In receiving, Fandaniel regained the missing pieces of his past and recalled forth the truth in its entirety. After the 3 unsundered Ascians met their ends, he forged an alliance with Xenos in order to take control of Zodiark. His heart was a maelstrom of righteous anger and all-consuming despair, twisted further by the remnants of the dreams that had haunted him as Amon of an ancient. He did not bear witness to the conclusion of the tale he had written, having fallen as Zodiark. His soul was subsequently dragged into the depths of the ethereal sea by the spiteful Asahi, and he would never know if the Warrior of Light and his comrades managed to overcome the despair that had broken him so truly. Alright. Well, I'm calling it here, chat. It is past 2 o'clock. Oh my goodness, so much time has went by. Also, where's the music? Why is there no music? There we go. That was great. That was a good patch. And yeah. Oh yeah, no, it was a long stream. 6.5 hours of streaming. Insanity. So yeah, so I am gonna have to call it here, actually. But don't you worry, chat. He's a nut. Yeah, absolutely, I'm a nut. Let's have a look and see who is online and who we can go and raid. Let's see. There is a number of people. Let's see. Has Blue started? Blue said he was still. Yeah, Blue is starting his stream. He's doing weekend chills. All right. I split it across a couple of nights when it came out. Lol. Yeah, no, I did. So yeah, I did it one go. But yeah, there's still alliance raids and all this kind of stuff I need to do as well, but I'll find time for that. All right, we're gonna go with the short and sweet himbo raid as we go raiding into Blue, Foxy, Nicey, Icy. They normally do a very casual sort of Sunday stream. I am gonna probably figure out what my lunch is gonna be and what have you. But otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to this morning's stream. I greatly appreciate it. It was a lot longer than I planned, but we got through the patch, which was fantastic. I will need to figure out what I am going to be playing next week because there's only like the Alliance raid to go through and, you know, maybe go like try and get through my book as best as I can, but I don't think that's going to be a 3-hour affair. So I'm either going to pick up one of the games of nostalgia that I need to get through or something that I've put in my backlog. I will get a schedule out later on today, probably released tomorrow morning or something like that, because Monday we still have Devil May Cry, Wednesday I need to figure out what the game is going to be, and then Sunday morning I need to figure out what the game is going to be. So many questions. But yeah, I will let you know in the future, and otherwise, I will see you all next time. Bye for now!